2. Plan.
Alright. Good evening, all of you. Cele, Duen, Nimue, Max. Welcome to this week's session of Dungeons and Dragons. Last week, you all had made the final touches on your prepared trap to take on Sidna, the Ember Spark, the red dragon who, for the past few weeks, has been plaguing the southern provinces after her sudden appearance in Vasselholm the night of the attack by a band of chromatic dragonborn as well as a separate group of drow elves. Now, you had sprung your trap battle with the dragon. It started off a bit dicey for you all, not managing to even land a single blow on the creature outside of a few dagger shots from Netadion. Not even really managing to get too close, as Durand and Gildy, once they had gotten within melee range, were swiftly knocked out of the air by the dragon. However, with a well-placed mid-air tidal wave and a lucky fail on the dragon's part, it came crashing down and had even sustained such injury that it took to the sky to flee. A parting shot from Era, just for good measure, and you all grouped up to recuperate a bit, recover some hit points, heal up some wounds, and get into mist form thanks to Elevorn's Windwalk spell, and begin pursuit. That's where we had ended last time, and we'll pick up this time. Unless there are any comments, questions, concerns. I shall take that as a no. So, the four of you, including Gildy, Durand? Is Gildy wind now as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So Gildy, at your behest, is a willing participant in this spell and also turns to mist. You are all flying quickly in this mist form, trailing Sidna, the Ember Spark. How far behind are you keeping her? Just within visual range, or are you getting closer?
We do have Pass Without Trace too, so.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was wondering if Pass Without Trace is enough reason to be careless.
But that lasts, what, an hour or 10 minutes, or how long does that last?
It's an hour.
Okay.
I wasn't saying get super close, but, it would allow us to be, a little closer than we would normally, venture without it. Not, all the way on top of her or anything, but,
Right. So, just, I would say, barely within vision.
Okay. So, as you tail the dragon, she climbs higher in the sky, through and above the cloud line. You follow for a moment, getting lost in the fog and mist of the clouds in the sky before breaking through above the clouds on the other side, where you can see the dragon flying with a bit less fervor than she once had above the clouds. Still a formidable creature, but weakened by her encounter with the four of you. Are all of you wishing to stay above the clouds? Basically,
yeah, I am.
Stay above the clouds, keep an eye on Sidna, but staying, you can't see the terrain below from up here. You see little dots of it where the clouds break, but for the most part, you can't make a bead on where you are, where your location is.
Would I be able to just fall back a bit further from the rest of the team and then being able to lower myself to kind of get a view?
Yeah, you could, and anyone else can. I will say, you guys are allowed to talk, use the bracelets in this mist form.
Would it? Oh, I was wondering. Like, are we faster than the dragon is?
Testing it out, you feel like you would easily be able to catch up. Like, you can, like, going at not even the full speed allotted to you by this form, you quickly realize that you will be gaining ground on the dragon if you wish to.
I'll stay above the clouds also.
Okay. Is anyone other than Era dipping beneath the clouds?
Yeah, I guess I'll follow her if I notice
Okay.
that she's doing that.
So, guess, let's see. Era, are you proficient in perception or no?
No, I am not.
All right. In that case, Durand and Elevorn, Durand being above the clouds, Elevorn being below, both of you guys make perception checks with advantage because you both have another person there to assist. Because I do believe Durand and Elevorn are proficient with perception, correct?
Yeah.
Nice.
Look at you guys, smartly splitting the party.
I can give advantage to Durand. I can see shit.
Durand with disadvantage. No.
They're on the disadvantage.
Yeah. None of the on helping you see stuff is actually a hindrance.
I got a 23.
Okay. So at this point, you've been tailing the dragon for about 15 minutes, crawling up to 20.
That's 25 total.
25 total. Alright. No real major changes, Durand, in the direction that the dragon is going. Regardless, you do get your bearings based on the position of the sun at this point in the day, which is still fairly early in the morning. Like, it's getting to like it's about mid-morning at this point. And you do keep via your telepathic communication with those below the clouds, you keep them on the right path as well. Elevorn Era, you see that the lightly dense forest that you had been in the tree line of prior to engaging the dragon, you are currently still flying above that forest. 30 minutes, an hour passes before you get to the other side of that forest and enter another stretch of slowly rolling hills and grass and farmland. With your perception check, Elevorn, you spot a familiar area, denoted by albeit slightly now overgrown with weeds and brush, these large holes in the ground near a derelict farmhouse. This is where you had once done battle with a few land sharks, some bullets, while escorting Duran's newfound group of kobolds back to the forest north of Crestfield. Continuing past it, another 30, 45 minutes. The dragon slightly shifts its course, heading a little more southward. Not a complete turn, but it does travel at an angle. And Pass Without Trace has worn off. But you all are far enough away, and you are wind, so despite an occasional glance back and looking around from Sidna, does not appear as if she has any idea that she's being followed. Elevorn, you and Era notice another familiar area. The spotted amongst all of the other dotted farms and barns and lands of these grasslands by a small group of maybe 5 giant eagles making their way below you in a group. This is the farm where you had gone to recruit the giant eagle tamer, essentially, for your efforts against Korvath, where you and the others had fought the Behir, the large conga snake, as some would say. And looking off into the distance, straight ahead of you, you see, like you had back then, a small in number mountain range in the very, very vast distance on the horizon. Only a few mountains make this up. One large central peak, dwarfing a few smaller ones, and as you all fly and get closer, you can begin to see what looks like the beginning of foothills that surround these mountains. However, as you approach the forest where you had fought the Behir, Durand, although you not know what lies below you, you do see the dragon begin to descend through the clouds. And Elevorn, as you are looking out towards these mountains, looking back towards the forest and the flock of giant eagles that are now long behind you, you as well see through the clouds descending Sidna. In the very distance, not much more than a red fly in your vision. But she does not stop descending once she gets through the clouds. She continues to descend. What are you guys doing?
They'd be like, "Hey, Era, do you see? She's coming down, and we just passed where we fought that weird blue thing that was climbing over the cave. Where are the dwarves? I don't know. It was along. Was it dwarves? Something was dwarven. I'm not sure."
Oh. Oh my god. Wasn't that with like that library place too?
Yeah, exactly. It was,
Oh snap.
you
Okay,
you
sorry.
brought Neville and Roxgarn and stuff. And of course, I'm like using the bracelet so everybody can hear us.
Sidna is descending to the point that the distance you had kept, you have to close it a bit to keep visual on her.
I mean, we have a better location or an idea of where they could go.
Yeah, like
But
by closing distance, I'm saying you're still like thousands of feet away,
mm,
but like when you were both super high in the sky, it was easier to stay further away. But now that she's descending, you have to get closer to maintain that visual. Durand and Neredian, you as well can descend through the clouds to keep this visual now above the dragon as she is descending towards this a bit thicker, densely packed forest that you had traversed through, found the crevasse where the Behir had made its home. Does not seem as if she's heading in that exact direction. However, she does seem to be descending towards the forest and a little clearing in the trees that she had spotted. You're currently about 3 or so hours into your mist form as this happens. And from your vantage point, maybe a quarter to half mile away, you see the red dragon enter into and under the canopy towards the forest floor.
Well, fuck, we can't lose it, right, guys? This...
Yeah, let's stay on it.
okay, so I guess as I'll agree, but I'll ask what would our follow-up be if we in fact do find where it's staying?
Well, then we... oh, we have to kill it. We can't wait for it to heal, at least not for too much. But we could also try to maybe send a message to somebody, letting them know that, hey, this is where she's hiding, possibly having the gold over there. And, you know, if we are gonna try to fight it now, we hopefully we would win it or something. But if we don't, at least people would know where it is and could do something. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a good idea to send a message. That's a
Could
good
I
idea.
hang back a little bit and like look around and then maybe land behind a tree before everybody goes in the canopy? And I don't know if I have time to do it, but I don't know. Should I put Pass Without Trace back up? Like, because we can travel pretty fast, but
Right now, you guys had seen where Sidna had disappeared into the forest. You currently don't have visual on her.
okay, then I'm waiting.
I'm just outlining the situation. So, you could enter where you saw her descend into the forest or at another point and head in that direction. It's up to you guys how you want to approach this. Obviously, one, despite you being in your mist forms, is more risky for detection than another, but more, direct and to the point of keeping an eye on the dragon. So that's the sort of pros and cons of whether you want to land pretty much directly on top of where you saw her go in, or try to hunt her down from within the forest itself.
I mean, honestly speaking, it can't be that hard to track her at this point. We wanted to play it safer.
I mean, there are other ways we can
Big dragon in a forest.
Yeah, and it's wounded, so we'll probably see some signs.
As for the sending message, I can send something. It's just I am very limited with my slots, so if we need it, I'd rather use it on poison ball or something. So unless you guys feel it's very necessary to alert someone, just let me know and I'll do it right away.
Alright. So taking the safe route, the four of you and your wind forms descend into the forest, maybe a couple thousand feet from where you had seen Sidna enter, and begin to traverse through the trees and brush towards where you had seen her enter the forest. I would like somebody to make a survival check, please, to attempt to track down the location of Sidna.
That is
Who's doing it?
Go ahead.
16.
15. Okay. So it takes you about half an hour. You see at first where she had landed. It doesn't seem like she's there anymore. But surveying the area at a distance and at a cautious pace, you do track down her location, primarily based off of you had seen at certain points some birds scattering from the canopy, some small woodland creatures that are just seemingly spooked by something. And where you get a glimpse of her, you see what looks like the crest of her wings folded along her back in a pretty wide, deep, sort of like ditch. Like at one point had a river or stream running through it, but is down to a smaller trickle. She's kind of in that divot right now, and getting a look from above, you can see her laid down, head resting on one of her claws, eyes still open, but the breathing and rhythmic sort of inflation and deflation of her body seems like she is resting.
Kinda quiet. Eesh, that's kinda creepy if it's sleeping with its eyes open.
I take it we don't see any mountains of treasure anywhere?
No mountains of treasure anywhere. Nothing abnormal, out of the ordinary. No, in the vicinity that you are, like you had tracked the Bahir down to those crevasses somewhere in the forest, nothing like that around here.
Would I be able to use locate object? General gold. I don't know if I can do it towards like general gold, or if I'm familiar with the gold that we placed there, or items.
See what the spell says. That would be
It says describe or name an object that is familiar to you.
general gold. Each like generic gold pieces are not familiar to you. Yeah, I'm gonna say no to that just because, like, imagine this situation, if you will. You guys have the inkling that somebody might be following you, but you're not sure, right? And so to use the object in a generic sense for like a general item instead of something that's familiar to you, you could be like, all right, I feel like someone's following you. I'm gonna locate pants, and if this person's wearing pants
Not
following
the
us, then I
pants.
can see the pants.
Well, it
you
says
know?
certain kind of apparel, jewelry, furniture, tool, or weapon. So maybe were there any it's just jewels that were familiar, or was everything just straight up gold?
I don't believe it would be anything that you are familiar with.
Mm,
It's like a
okay.
specific item that you can visualize in your head.
Mm,
It's not like I'm gonna locate a quarter. It's I'm gonna locate this 1978
this
quarter that
specific
has a little
quarter.
black burn on the corner. That I know.
Okay, fair. Okay. Why not try, guys?
As you guys are hanging back and the dragon seems to be resting, there's a stir and a noise coming from not far away from the dragon as a large bullfrog gives off a croak pretty much 10 feet in front of the dragon's face. Sidna stirs and her head turns to face the amphibian. There's a small exhale, and through the nostrils, just a trace amount of smoke and steam along with the exhale. As Sidna looks down towards this creature. How close are you guys?
I would actually back a little bit further away after, Sidna moves.
Okay, good to know.
Is there like a tree line around her? Because I feel like the water would have made it so that the trees aren't right up against where she is.
Not
but-
right up against it, but there would be some like within vision and eye shot, maybe about 15 feet away. Like the trees and their branches and the canopy extends closer than the actual trunk of the trees are.
Yeah, it would be near the trunk of a tree, like close there.
Okay. So from your angle, if you're sort of at the trunk of a tree, you can see the ridges on her neck and her back, but you can't see her face as it's in the divot. Dran, Dara?
Um, I suppose it'd be near Elo.
Okay.
I'm just going to maybe be a little bit distant from them so that we're a bit separated, but not too far. I'm not gonna cast anything. I'm just kind of gonna wait for their direction. So I'm just looking in the general direction of Eleborn and Durant, like
Okay.
shrugging a bit.
Era and Durand. As the attention of Sidna points towards this bullfrog that's kind of just standing right there in front of her face. She speaks in Draconic. Now, Elevorn, you can hear this, and through your time with Durand, you can even not understand, but you recognize some of the words. You're slowly picking up the language, but you don't understand what Sidna is saying. Durand and Era, however, you do. You hear... It does not seem you are afraid of me either, are you? What would he think if he found out about this? Me to have failed so soon. No, I cannot. the dragon's body slumps back into rest and relaxation. And again, the sort of rhythmic breathing returns to the body as Sidna now lays there, otherwise unstirring. Five minutes pass. Hmm?
Going to turn to Dront and be like, I could try to do the thing I did with the other thing, really quietly. With a lizard folk guy. Basically, I'm saying that I got the lizard folk person to cooperate with us, and I could attempt to do that.
Lizard folk. Oh,
On the boat. I guess it was a snake man, wasn't it? It wasn't a lizard. It was the
Yeah,
snake.
it was a snake.
Duante. Yeah, I forgot because there were all kinds of people on the boat. The sand boat.
that might be the only way to find the treasure. We could attack it here and now, but exactly see treasure anywhere nearby.
None in the immediate vicinity, no.
Okay, well, my thought was I, use alter self and look like the Sunbringer disciple person, and then I go out and cast this spell on it to make it, tell us stuff, maybe. But probably maybe polymorph it first.
Well, Era could probably help with that. You guys could.
You guys don't have to do anything. That's all I will say.
Yeah, but she's healing.
You guys can too. Or you can look for the treasure, or you can go and polymorph Gios it if you choose. It's up to you. But if her lair isn't here, and your plan doesn't work, there's not much chance that she'll continue and just lead you straight to her lair. So, as you guys are, what's up?
Just gonna say I don't know the answer. I have no idea.
It's whatever you guys want to do.
If we want to look for the treasure, best odds is Sidna would need to heal a bit, but we could try looking for it in the meantime. Keep an eye on her as well. We just have to be quiet, undetected. Or if you would rather just ensure the safety of everyone, then we have the element of surprise, maybe. I do have one more ability in which I can slow the enemy, but I personally feel we can take some time to look, but I also express the concern Elavorn has in regards to it healing. Thoughts?
Well, how long do... I mean, you guys have studied more of the dragons, and was there any mention how fast they heal?
Throughout all the studies that I've done regarding dragons, did I find anything regarding healing?
Mentions of dragons healing from wounds quicker than your average humanoid out there. But you're not sure whether that's related to type or age or a combination of the two. It does seem like just due to their physiology and the nature of their being, yeah, they do recover from minor wounds faster. There's no evidence or anything about like them regrowing limbs in no time at all or recovering from mortal wounds any quicker than any, but cuts and scrapes, yeah.
Okay, so cuts and scrapes. It does depend what you said on what age and type.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in I guess the area that we're looking at and watching Sidna, is there anything else that looks like it may have been not left untouched, basically, or any markings on the ground, or even through the trees, like branches breaking off and stuff like that?
Anyone who wants can go ahead and make an investigation check. Similarly, you guys can do whatever you want, and if anyone wants to attempt to or needs to, you can even begin a short rest, as right now Sidna has been in this state for about 20 minutes.
$25.
Also 25.
Nice.
Obvious.
So Netadion and Era scouring the surrounding area, sort of working your way outward as these mist forms on, turning leaves, rocks, looking into any sort of little burrow that you can to try to find some sort of connection to a larger place. You don't see anything that would lead you to believe that there's either treasure or a lair in this vicinity. Between the two of you, the speed that you can move and the investigation checks that you made, you cover an area of about maybe diameter of about a quarter mile. So a fairly large radius around this dragon, to the point where you're searching in an area that neither of you can see the dragon anymore before returning to Durand and Elevorn. During the time that they're searching, Durand, Elevorn, anything? Just sitting there watching the dragon.
Sort of. That's all I was thinking. I don't know if to at the moment, especially without knowing exactly what the others had found nearby, I don't know if ambushing it, killing it, or going with something like what Loveborn had planned. We could check nearby after, but it's very risky as to whether we would find anything or not. The whole point of all of this was to try to find the treasure, so there's... I just don't want everything to go to waste. But I don't want to risk anymore either. We're just gonna have to fight the dragon at full health all over again. And in its lair. Like if we sit here and wait. What, it heals up. Then it goes back to its lair. Wait, I don't even know if it goes back to its lair afterwards. If it's still relatively early, it could just go attack a town. In which case, then, you know, fuck the treasure. It'd be better to just kill it right here. But, I don't know. John's head's just racing with possibilities of what it could do and no particular answer to this exact scenario.
There is the possibility that it could be close, so maybe we can search for it afterwards. But there's no guarantee with that either.
To be honest, I mean, guess it would be best to just finish it off and try to look for the treasure later, because we might not have a chance, and it still would be easier to try and find the treasure after hopefully we have finished this.
I know that I've studied regarding how dragons behave in regards to the behaviors with hoarding treasure and things like that. I guess my last attempt, anything regarding like if it's in relation to like, do they ever stay far from their hoard, like of stuff when
Are
resting?
you saying, like, do they occasionally sleep outside of their lair?
Not lair specifically, but do they? Okay, so do they ever stay too far, like as far as resting goes?
It depends. One, this is definitely an abnormal situation, as this little like rest that Sidna is taking seems to be out of necessity. Otherwise, generally speaking, dragons that hoard, they do like to keep an eye on their hoard. So, not far enough away that they can't check on it or keep it, under watch within a reasonable amount of time. Now, what a reasonable amount of time is, what a reasonable amount of distance is, that varies dragon to dragon, but their hoard, generally speaking, is a matter of pride to them.
Wait, what about what about Elevor talking? Elevor, could you maybe talk to the animals and see if they know anything about treasure? It's just, is that dumb? I'm sorry.
I think maybe it's just taking a pit stop.
What?
And then the thing is that I have no clue whether this pit stop leads to it going back and attacking or going back to its lair.
Well,
And so it's like, did it stop, rest
after
here?
it's done with the stop, you'll probably know relatively quickly what its plans are based on which way it heads.
Yeah, but like,
Well, we know
how do we stop it at that moment, you know? It's gonna be healed up, maybe if not fully, to a certain extent, and then like, how do you stop it?
At this point, it's been around an hour. No signs of stirring or movement, otherwise, like abnormal movement from Sidna. Elevorn, were you going to say something?
Just that Olivorn has started meditating in order to keep herself from doing things that we haven't agreed to do because, I get in trouble sometimes. So I'm just going to be very focused on
I
meditation.
will say that those that didn't spend the time and energy and effort searching for stuff, who've been staying relatively still, mostly just watching the dragon, that being Durand and Elevorn, you guys are pretty close to being able to get the benefits of a short rest, whatever that might be for the two of you. And depending on how much longer the dragon is here, if Nedadion or Era might want one as well, that's a possibility too. But that is up to you guys. And I'm not sure. Does Elevorn wish to speak with an animal about treasure?
Or not, maybe not even treasure, but maybe about the dragon if it's passed by in this area frequently, or if they've seen it land anywhere else or heard about it from other animals. Like birds. Sorry, okay.
Yeah, that.
Okay. So, Elevorn, just kind of scanning around, seeing what creatures you could maybe ask. You have options, actually. There are some puffy-chested birds nesting in a tree not far away. There's you see a lizard skittering along the sort of creek bed, and there's a little rustling in the bushes behind you that takes you a little by surprise, but you can see a rabbit there. So, which one do you wish to ask?
It's got to be the birds.
Okay.
They're always such jerks. It's wonderful.
Alright. So, with a little whoosh of wind, and followed, you guys see Elevorn's mist form head in the direction of a nest of birds, followed by some chirping. Anyways, Elevorn, what are you doing?
So that thing over there. I mean, hello. And if you don't mind, I have some questions.
Who's there?
Well, I would have to be an elf, wouldn't I?
Do you have to be an elf to cast a spell? So has you taken a minute?
I think you have to, because I don't think you can perform an action.
Oh, you
while
can't
you're
perform
walking.
those? Dang.
Um,
Bear's not gonna have a mental breakdown over hearing voices.
dash
Alright.
action or to revert to normal form. That is all.
Okay, so you take the minute, revert to normal. In the tree, kind of feeling a little bit exposed. Maybe 150 feet away from the dragon and now outside of your mist form. You sort of come to, your physical form coming to on the branch of this tree next to this bird who is still surprised by the sudden emergence and appearance of your physical form.
Like, hello, and then, I'm Maliborn, and you are...
A little freaked out right now.
Okay, a little freaked out right now.
What?
I have a question for... Have you ever seen that before? And I kind of point at the dragon.
It was smaller. But I have, yes. It's over here all the time. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
Smaller.
Oh, further away.
Oh, do you know where it goes?
Back and forth and back. That way. Comes from. Goes. Goes that way and comes from. Two directions were direction that you guys had just come from and towards the mountain range.
Oh, do you have any idea where on the big mountain thing it goes?
I don't go that far. It's not exactly. Doesn't seem the safest, and it's very far, and flying can be very hard sometimes. Very strain on the wings, kind of adjust itself. But sometimes, as you know, I have a cousin, you see. Sort of on the slower side, a bit slower now, got plonked in the head by something that a big red bird was carrying.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Picked it up too. It's not part of his nest. Somehow got him a mate, the lucky. Anyways. Something very shiny, very attractive to the ladies, you see.
Something like. Oh no, I'm not going to rifle through my bag to get the coins.
I'm not gonna jingle no coins.
I almost did. I was like, yeah, I'll just get out the coin. Then I was like, wait.
It was shiny. It was a big shiny piece of something, like reflective. You could almost see yourself in it. And it was connected like a loop, a hoop, like sometimes like a nest of metal, sort of.
Oh, it's like a crown.
I suppose. Whatever that is. But no, it's never stopped down here before, I have to say. I've been sitting here trying to mind my own business. I've seen that thing. It looks pretty mean. Pretty mean.
I could. Okay, I'll make you a deal, right? I will give you a shiny thing. I'll leave a shiny thing for you, but I need you to do something really crazy. Are you up for doing something crazy?
Looks to the dragon, looks back to you, thinks about the shiny thing and the potential to attract a mate with said shiny thing. Make a persuasion check.
It's a 23 total.
Okay. Reserved right to change my mind, however. But sure.
Okay. So what I want you to do is, have you had much to eat today?
What do you mean? Looks down at his puffy chest and puffy body. I've had enough. It might be might be time to maybe go digging around a bit more, now that you mention it.
Okay, okay. Well, if you think that it might be slightly possible, do you think you could try to relieve yourself over the dragon's head?
Kind of shifts and adjusts and moves a bit. I could do that. You mean like now?
Or like in a few minutes, like a little bit of time.
Alright. I'll get ready. You can see it squirming around, preparing itself. What are you
Bye-bye.
doing?
Bot left.
Oh.
I got
Let
it.
the bot go bye-bye.
It went elsewhere.
Okay. Anyways. What are you doing, Elevorn, in these few minutes before Operation Flyby?
I have a little mirror in my bag, and I was going to prop it on the tree where the bird is. You know, where it's gonna be like, this is a shiny thing. You know, like a little tiny hand mirror, not a big. You know, it was just a
Okay.
small one.
So you take it out, place it there. The bird, its feathers puff and frill out as it sort of looks to intimidate and challenge the newcomer to his before pecking at it and realizing what's going on.
Tiny, right?
All right. Yes, this is good. This is very good. And kind of picks it up and drags it along the tree back into the nest.
Okay. So, I guess I'll be starting to turn maybe back into a mist form. I was like, remember, aim for the head, and then, you know.
He should have gone for the head. It flies up. All right. Elevorn. As you're turning back into a mist form, the bird flying above the dragon. Can you roll a d20 for me? It's
I did.
what was it?
That's the one.
No. Luckily, Era. Luckily, you're in mist form. However, it is still an odd sensation to have bird dropping pass through your form.
Bruh.
However,
Wow.
Sorry.
you literally watch as Elephant turns to mist. This bird flies up towards you, over you, and relieves itself over your form. Thankfully, though, in the check I made for the bird, you did have enough for 2 passes. Do you wish to roll again, Elevorn, or shall I?
I will. Just
Alright, go ahead and roll a d20 for me. As you hear the chirping of the bird, Elevon, as you're in mist form, it's like, whoops, misjudged it. That was the wind. The wind carried that one. I'm sorry. I'll try again.
I got the opposite. It's a natural 20.
No way. Holy shit.
Nice.
This time, you can see the wide-eyed, just blank, nothing behind them, puffy-chested, derpy-looking bird. You see the equations. Calculating his speed versus the distance to the dragon, factoring in wind resistance and speed. Almost like curving a bullet. This bird drops a bomb that, almost in slow motion, you can see it heading towards the dragon, missing the ridges that go over its skull, missing its brow by mere inches, and landing directly in one of the open eyes of Sidna.
Ew.
Pink eye.
Instantly, Sidna shudders and stirs and sort of lets out a little growl and roll and begins to rub at the eye and Drand in air. What the hell was that? Kind of gets to her feet, tests the weight on the bad leg. It seems like it's not happy with it still. Leans into the little stream that is in the divot that she's resting in. Goes to wash out her eyes, takes a drink, looks around. The gaze passes by and over each one of you. Although it does not seem like she has spotted anything strange or out of the ordinary, it's still unnerving to have the dragon's gaze pass by you, and in your mist forms you kind of find yourselves standing still as the head swoops around. Dragon looks to the sky, maybe gauging what time it is. The wings flex and stretch out to their fullest before folding back, as with light thuds with each step, Sidna heads towards an area of clearing, leaving three deep footprints with each set of steps and one slightly lighter one. As she gets to a clearing a couple 100 feet away from this creek bed, the wings flare out again and begin to beat as Sidna once again takes to the skies.
In what direction?
Towards the mountain. At this point, you guys have about 5 hours or so left on the Windwalk spell.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna follow it.
Alright.
Same.
Me three.
Alright. So as you guys follow the dragon, you now enter an area of the southern provinces that you'd never been in before. This is sort of like the southwestern tip of the peninsula. Far south of Ambervale and Crestfield and far west of Vasselholm. It's pretty much the exact opposite of the Greymire Swamp, where the lizard folks reside, is this area that begins to show why you've never been here. There doesn't seem to be much sign of Empire citizens living here. The ground, it seems dry and tough on the other side of the forest that you had just been in. There is plant life, but it's scarce, and the earth seems cracked and dry. There are patches of green land as well as ponds and meadows, but they are few and far between. An hour passes, as does a second. All the while, the mountains on the horizon growing ever larger, more prominent, getting a good gauge of their size, though nowhere near the scale or number as the mountains you had to pass through to get to the desert. Still imposing, especially for the southern provinces, which, other than this, is pretty devoid of mountains. There are plenty of hills and grassland, but as far as mountains go, these are the only ones that you've seen south of Brushburn. You get to an area before the foothills of this small mountain range of sort of gently hilly terrain. And it catches your eyes as it seems like there had once been something here. You can see the outlines of buildings and even some wood and straw made huts that are partially collapsed, mostly destroyed. You can see areas of land that may have once been grass, but you can see these unnatural scores and scars in the earth, extending out in lines and in waves almost. You guys are too high up to make out any further detail. The dragon continues towards the mountains, but as Elevorn had noted earlier, you guys are much faster than this dragon, so it's up to you what you want to do. The dragon still has to traverse the range of foothills at the base of these mountains and towards wherever it's going. Seems like it would take it maybe another 20-30 minutes to get to the mountain range. That's at its current pace.
I know my roll would probably suck if I have to use perception, but I'm gonna try to keep my eye out on some kinda notable, landmarks and stuff like that, so that I could eventually, maybe draw them.
Okay.
We can. I guess we can scout ahead of it, since we know it's more than likely in this general area, and we can, if we find it, or it does, we can set up another trap.
Alright, so Nedidion wants to look for sort of notable landmarks. Durand wants to sort of, I guess, go around and ahead of the dragon to maybe try to find its lair before it gets to it.
It's an idea. I don't know if we actually need to. We could probably literally just follow it and then immediately engage it if we wanted to. whatever you guys think is better.
If we want to go ahead of it, that works for me also. I can still try to memorize and keep an eye out on some landmarks and stuff that I could draw, so we could have, some sort of a location mark to give to people if we, find the treasure and stuff like that.
Are you getting closer to the ground then in that area?
Somewhat, so that I don't still lose sight of the others. And if they are gonna go faster, then I'm also gonna go faster, but still try to, look at the ground.
Okay. Again, you guys are flying over either some sort of what looks like from this distance looks like there was like foundation laid for buildings of some sort of structures had been in this swath of hills at some point, but are pretty much all gone. So Durand, what are you doing? You said you were flying ahead?
I'm just proposing the idea. There's also the idea of like the others consider an ambush of it, and then I can stay with the dragon as a sort of like contingency if they can't find it. Which would be safer, but probably, I don't know, riskier or counterintuitive.
Era, Elevon?
Or we could just, like I mentioned, we could just follow it and engage it to make it less complicated.
I'm just really. We couldn't stop what it was doing before, but, we have to definitely stop it now. I mean, I'm curious as to what's going on here, but there's no reason why we couldn't check it out on the way back, right?
You talking about what's below?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's up to you. Like I said, just the height that you're at, it's hard to make out too many details.
All right, I'll go down and look at it.
Era? And so nobody's flying out ahead of the dragon. You said tail it and then pretty much engage it immediately. Was your consensus, Durand? So are you just following?
If the end result is to fight the dragon anyways, wherever it's going, I think attempting to go ahead would be a good idea. So that we can set up another trap at its lair, but we don't even know.
yeah, it'd probably be an investigation or a survival check to find its lair.
And if we fail,
And if you fail,
ahead.
then that's what I was saying, is that I could stay on the dragon, and then if you guys can't find the lair, then I can direct you guys to where it is.
And so Era's going ahead to scout ahead. Netadion is searching for some notable landmarks to commit to memory. Elevorn, getting a closer look at what the sort of scars of these buildings are, and Dadan just tailing the dragon. Alright. Perception check from Netadion. Investigation check from Era. Or rather, Era, yours would probably be perception as well. It's a large swath of land and area and a big mountain to be investigating. You can't really go
20.
inch by inch. If you want to start at like the top and go inch by inch down, it's going to take you a while to investigate the whole thing.
No,
But-
I rolled a 20.
Okay. Neri?
16.
Oh, wow.
That's surprisingly high, yes.
So, just based on the surrounding area, you remember the sort of shapes and of the hills below you, and in comparison to the mountains and everything, you get a very good beat of your current location to like sketch the terrain or whatever you need for future reference. Dadan, you see for a moment as Era's wisp, after you guys communicate, goes around and begins to sort of circumvent the dragon. It's going to take her a while to fly around and get past it without being detected, but eventually she does sort of zip ahead and further out towards the mountain range themselves. You said you rolled a 20 on that perception, Era?
Yes.
Okay. It does take you about 10-15 minutes to get to the mountains. And where you see the larger foothills there, you can see huts. Wood and straw huts. In the smaller mountains that flank the central one, you can see basically cliffs and plateaus that make their way out. Some of them seem unnatural, carved, cut into the rock face. You see pathways that have been smoothed, manufactured. Caves, small caves, dwellings with doors and holes cut into the mountain itself. This entire base, like where these foothills meet these mountains, seems like some sort of small dwelling of people. And people, or at least humanoids, you see, though not any humanoid you've ever seen before. Elevorn, as you get closer and your mist form sort of blows away ash and dust, you see scattered shards of wood from buildings, perhaps. You see discarded pieces of maybe what were at one point weaponry, or even splintered wooden crude cooking utensils. You see an overturned iron pot that is very poorly made. You see bones covered in dust, ash. You see many bones. Lots of them small.
This was Kina's home.
Era. The people you see in these foothills, that it does seem like this area does have some farming, and whatever this race of people is are seemingly going about daily lives. You see regiments of well organized, it seems, soldiers marching in lockstep through the hills. Maybe slightly shorter than your average human, you can see these crimson skinned, dark haired, goblin like creatures. Sort of, they have the slightly sort of squished face that goblins have, but much more stern. Their skin leathery and reddish orange to dark crimson. Though you don't know it exactly. These are hobgoblins.
If I'm able to communicate with the rest of the team, I'll try to be as descriptive as I can be, describing the goblins.
Blah blah blah.
Goblins.
Okay. So, Elavorn, as you are going through all of this and processing, you hear that from Era at the same time as both Naradian and Darandu.
Oh. This is where Kina's from.
Is it?
I mean, it's a coincidence if it's not. She said they were red. Well, something like their skin was on the inside out or something is how she said it. There are so many small bones here. And weapons, broken weapons.
Well, that's... I don't really have the words.
Any luck on finding the lair just yet?
So, after looking at this Era, you see that partway up the mountain, it looks like this race of people, they are building their way up. They're building further higher into the mountain as the need to expand arises. You can see construction underway at the highest tier, but it's not even halfway up the mountain where it's where you see the last little carved cave household. The rest of the mountain is very craggy, rocky. There are plenty of ingress, egress points that you can see and that you fly and skirt around. But these are entire mountains that you are scouring. And although you did get to see a lot with your 20 roll, 20 wouldn't be high enough to specifically pick out exactly where on one of 3 mountains a dragon's lair is hidden. if it even is in the mountains.
Hmm.
At this point, the dragon is about, at its current speed, around maybe 15 minutes away from the mountain range. Neredian and Elavorn, you are free to catch up at your leisure. Again, in your mist form, you are much faster than what the dragon can fly, about 3-4 times faster, in fact.
Gotta go fast. But yeah, I'm catching up.
Okay, so. Did you want to catch up as well, Elavorn?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Drand, Elavorn, and Neredian catch up with you, tailing the dragon by a few hundred feet. You all fly up. The hobgoblin town, city, seems to be on the scale of perhaps half of Brushburn, if not a little more in total. Not including what's built into the mountains. So, definitely on the magnitude of thousands, not hundreds, of hobgoblins. And you can see some of them stopping and looking up towards Sidna. A few shielding their eyes from the sun as they do. Young little light orange hobgoblin children pointing excitedly. Some individuals stop and seem to pay some sort of reverence or respect as the dragon passes over, but not all. Looking down below, you can see there is structure, there is organization, there is craftsmanship to these people. A far cry from the sort of shoddy huts and living conditions of the goblins and bugbears that you all are familiar with. There's an intelligence here. Though you not know exactly what kind of peoples they are. The dragon continues her way towards the tallest mountain, the central spire. What are you guys doing?
Probably better to group up and tail it then.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Just, focus on regrouping because, make sure we're all where we, well,
Alright. How far away are you tailing the dragon? Durand?
feel like we have to be a bit more careful here. So even if we kind of lose sight of it, it'd probably be better, considering since we're faster, we can probably just gain in and figure out where it is, but we should probably keep as like maximum distance to be on the safer side.
So, as Sidna approaches the mountain, you see her fly up and sort of around towards the back side of the mountain. You guys following, keeping visual at all times. She descends to maybe about 3/4 of the way up. Maybe about 1,500 or so feet in the air. There seems to be a ledge no more than, I guess, would say 15 or 20 feet. Sort of like a balcony, though sort of hidden, as Sidna lands on one of the sloped faces of the mountains, her claws digging into the side. One of her hind legs kicks away a pretty large boulder that had sort of hidden the entrance to a cave. And from the side, she crawls around the rocky exterior and into the darkness. Last you see is the red tail entering into the mouth of the cave. As you get closer, there's a sound of a current of air is lightly making its way against you as you approach the entrance to this cave. What are you guys doing?
Do we risk going in as like this, or should we just jump back to, ourselves?
I am still pretty down on spells, but if we want to not let it heal even more, it's already been a few hours.
Just trying to figure out the best way to approach this, because what does it take, a minute to leave this form?
Yeah.
Takes a minute, yes.
It might be easier for some of us to go in the form, while others maybe Gary and Era go in. Like I can probably like flank it by going in this form, but looking like my normal self going to be considerably harder.
Alright, who's
And I
staying mist?
kinda
Who's
just-
taking the time to revert?
Fuck it, I'm gonna risk it because I'm so good at stealth, so I'm gonna turn back into myself.
Okay.
I'm going to turn back into myself as well.
Alright. Era, are you staying in mist form?
Oh, I'm thinking. I mean, if everyone's gonna lose it, then I'll just make
Right
myself the
now-
last to drop.
You have about half the time left, a little more. So a little over 4 hours.
So how does it look getting out of the form?
I would say that it's like a slow, like basically
I am.
the reverse of being dusted, like that kind of thing.
Oh, I was
that
like, I
sort of-
imagine it like being teleported. You know, like you just kind of like slowly particleize.
Yeah, you slowly particle it, just like how.
So I can arguably do it in like a corner of the room
You could,
and
yeah.
not be, and possibly
No,
not
it's
be
not like
seen
a
by
huge
her.
flash of light. No, it's like you're
Okay.
just slowly returning to opacity, basically.
Like when Chihiro eats the berry, you can't see through her hand anymore. From Spirited Away, when she's disappearing because she's in the spirit world.
Okay, then I'll stay like this, and then I will reappear, and I will probably be the trigger to attack.
Alright, so heading in, Durand, you're faster than everyone else who is not in mist form. The tunnel that is the mouth of this cave connects to is wide enough for Sidna. So more than wide enough for the rest of you. However, it doesn't connect to any opening or cave. It instead seems to angle downward and kind of begin to spiral. It's at like a slight curve as you head down. At one point, you can hear a whipping of wind coming from ahead. And I say as Era, were you missed as well, or did you revert to?
I stayed as mist because I wanted to be the last one to drop. So if Duran didn't drop, I didn't drop either.
Okay. So are you keeping up with Duran then?
Yeah.
Okay. So going further and further in, there is less and less outside light around. To the point where eventually you are in pitch blackness. Do tieflings have dark vision? It's everything except for humans and
I do, yeah.
Dragonborn, right? Alright, so
Does Wind have dark vision?
Wind does not have dark vision.
Damn it.
So, although Era, for you, even in this, it's still very difficult to see. It's like everything that you can make out is just vague shapes of like gray and dark gray. So you can just basically barely make out the structure and the shape of the tunnel that you're following. And it's a good thing, too, that the two of you are in mist form, as following this dragon down, and as Elevorn and Neri begin to make their way in their normal form after having taken a minute to revert. After following this spiraling downward tunnel, there's a sudden sheer drop. You realize that the sound that you had heard of the whipping wind round was Sidna probably going into a free fall at this sort of chute area. Looking down, even with your dark vision area, you cannot see the bottom.
Yikes.
The hole itself is maybe about 25 feet in diameter, and it is pretty much a straight drop off.
I will warn the others.
So, as Elavorn and Neladian, you both are making your way down on foot. Dadan's voice comes through and warns you about a sheer drop further into the cave.
Well, shit. I guess I have to start climbing down. I don't know.
I'm
You-
gonna just turn back into wind.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you could just turn back
Yeah.
there.
okay, then I'll do it too. If
Okay. Yeah, it takes you guys another minute, but you guys are not quite to where Durand and Era are now. Durand, Era, are you heading down?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
You begin to head down. 30 feet, 60 feet, 100 feet, 200 feet. Who knows how many 100 feet at this point? It's a long drop. You guys it takes you guys, even in your mist form, about a minute to no, not a minute. If you're going full speed, I don't know, are you going full speed?
Well, I would imagine be relatively careful, so I wouldn't say full speed.
Okay. So even at your decent pace, I would say it would take you maybe about a minute to get to a point where this chute essentially ends and opens up, and it's still dark. Dran, you're relying on Era to lead you. You're in what seems and sounds like a large open cave. You're not exactly sure how large, as there still is no light down here. Elavon, Neredian, you've reverted to your wind form and are currently making your way down the chute as well. By the time Elavorn and Neredian catch up to you, Era and Durand, you've sort of scouted around, extended your wind-like feelers to scope around this place, and you get the impression that it's a relatively small chamber, high ceiling, but as far as the actual diameter and width of it, it's not very large. However, there is about half of it is a pool of deep water. As mist forms, you cannot traverse through the water. So the surface of the water is like running into a brick wall, essentially. I believe that is what the spell says, yeah?
Oh, I have absolutely no clue.
I might be wrong, you might be able to go through it. Doesn't say anything about it, does it?
No, but I mean, we're wind, so
Yeah. You turn into
that's
bubble?
weird. Yes, bubbles. The bubbles.
That is really weird to think of. Yeah, you would have to. Wind would become bubbles in water. That's man.
You still have to breathe.
Oh,
And it doesn't give you a swim speed, so your speed would revert to whatever your normal swim speed is in water. Alternatively, it doesn't make sense to me.
yeah.
To be wisps of cloud travel. You know what? I'm sticking with the water is like an impenetrable brick wall. That's my asshole ruling as a DM.
You bastard! That's it. I'm out. This was my final straw. This is where I call it quits.
this is the line.
How dare you screw with non-physics? Okay, so good dropping point.
Also, yeah, another point. No sign of the dragon in this chamber. Just
sweet.
pointing that out. Yeah.
Cool.
Well, the water wouldn't have been a concern if the dragon was here. How convenient, somewhere to extinguish ourselves.
Nice.
There you go. So what are you guys doing?
Reverting from the water is an impenetrable force mode that we're in right now. Woo.
Water, our weakness.
All right.
That's your weakness.
Oh wait, we're all vampires now.
Oh no.
That's true. Weak to water turns into mist.
Oh no.
We can't stand the daylight either then.
That's true. All right. It's a vampire dragon. You're on to me. Dang.
Fuck.
Alexander got to sitting up before you guys did.
Oh no. I can't deal with that today. If you pull Alexander on me today, I swear to God.
You don't even have to bend it anymore because you broke it.
Yeah, fuck the guy. I don't want his pendant.
Alright, so you revert to your normal form, allowing you, Dran, to put on your half mask should you choose,
Yes.
over your crown of
I should be able to wear it as mist.
Dran, King of Thieves.
Oh my
Wait, no.
God. Can I... Some
He has a
alternate
half
universe.
mask, like a highwayman, and a crown on, so...
No.
Oh,
Still
true.
not
Well, you
King
should
of
be able to,
Thieves.
you would be able to wear it, but I don't think you... I'm saying you're not able to put it on when you're missed. If you had it on beforehand, sure.
Oh. You know, I'm not quite sure. Like, why would I always have it on?
Because it's a half mask. Why would you always be wearing that? You're there amidst the Platinum Aegis wearing a robber mask thing.
And
Yeah,
even
literally.
daylight, do you need it
It's
in
like,
daylight?
yeah, it's like wearing sunglasses indoors.
Why wouldn't I always be doing that? I'm a cool guy. Hi. Into the water. Into the dark water. There is an area maybe about 15 feet below the surface where the cave wall that extends down into this pool ends, and you can swim underneath it into another chamber. I have constitution checks for everybody, as the swim is not a short one, and breath may come into play.
Who needs breathing?
Well, you guys can all breathe for a good amount of time, except for Era.
We're vampires, aren't we?
No.
18.
I believe that Daran can hold his breath for it. You can hold your breath a number of minutes equal to your Constitution modifier. So I think like Daran is 2, Neri and Elevon is 3, and what's Era? -1 minute? What is it?
-1 minute. What's the plus sign next to your Constitution? No, the regular. Really? Sweet.
It's +1.
+1? Okay. So then the only person that I would need a Constitution check from would be you, Era. As the swim is longer than a minute, but less than 2.
Wow, so you just ate up my 18 like that. I see how it is.
Okay, are you holding your breath for Era? What is that?
Yeah.
There's D20 + 1. What is it?
8.
8. Drand. Are you walking on the floor? Like, how are you swimming in your armor?
Biscuits.
You know what? That's the Constitution modifier. That's the check.
Hey, there's my 18.
There you go. All right. Because
Take
it's a lot
that.
harder for you as well. Your DC was higher than Era's, but you passed. As you guys are swimming through, everything is all right for the first 30 seconds, first 45 seconds. Dran, you're beginning to feel the strain of having to lug your armor through the water, but your conditioning, your big muscles, you manage to do it quite well, although the fact that your lungs are really starting to burn by the time that you see the surface maybe 20 feet up. And as you're looking towards the surface and ready to make that last push, a torrent of bubbles from beneath you floats up towards your face, and you can see Era not having the ability to hold her breath any longer. Era, your lungs feel like they're about to explode. They're on fire, and you just have to, and you gasp in, but there's nothing to breathe.
I mean, where are the rest of us?
You guys are swimming.
We
You
are
notice-
noticing that.
Yeah.
No, you notice it. Yes,
Okay,
you
well, then I
notice
want
you
to
guys
help.
are- Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
Must
what?
help.
Netadion, go ahead and make an athletics check with advantage. As both you and Elevorn take a hand and begin to swim upwards.
Was it Neri making the check or me?
Yeah, Neri.
Okay, just checking.
17.
Okay. With Elevorn's help, paddling, clawing upward through the water and kicking your feet fiercely, by the time the 4 of you break the surface of the water, each of you is near exhausted. From Dran having to lug his armor through, from Era having to hold her breath, from Neri and Elevorn, moment of panic and working together to then lug Era in towards the surface. Era, you can't really help it, but once you break the surface, you cough and sputter until all of the water is out of your lungs. Neri and Elevorn holding you there. The sound of your coughs and the rest of your heavy inhales echo through this area, which you can see the edge of this pool leads to a very craggy rock-like surface, and then extends further to where there are two separate entryways, both large enough for a dragon, and both of them have this slight orange glow emanating from them, each one casting long, odd-shaped shadows from whatever stalactites or stalagmites lie within. As you paddle your way through there, you can't imagine that your presence to anything that may have been even slightly discerning has not been noted. But you climb your way out of the water. Maybe, just maybe, nothing. No response, nothing seems to have been alerted to your presence, as far as you can tell. So as you catch your breath and get yourselves resituated, let's go ahead and take a break. welcome back. So, the four of you have just entered into a large chamber. Even without dark vision, it's possible to see faintly as there's this orange glow that is coming from the next area over. You're still a bit drenched from just coming out of the water. You have caught your breath. Is there anything that you guys want to do before advancing? Era, you would still have mage armor up. I believe probably about 2 or 3 hours left on that spell. Sorry, you're kind of quiet.
Oh no, I'm fine. I'm happy about that. Thank you.
But if there's nothing that anyone wants to say or do,
Wait, I do have a question. I did not receive a short rest, did I?
no.
Or in the time that... Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Do we want to pass without trace?
It could definitely help with, you know, whom. But then again, I don't know how many things you can do right now, so if you feel confident enough, then yeah, but if you think you need your spell slots for something else, then I don't know.
Okay, so I'll cast, pass without trace.
Alright.
Is Gildy with us? Anyway, it would cover him too if he was.
Yes.
Okay. Gildy.
Gildas was just flying above the water, just like watching us be all dumb.
Who's taking the lead? Or what do you guys
I
do?
will.
So following behind Drand, sword and shield in hand, all of you at the ready, senses on high alert, looking towards this next chamber, the area where this dim light is cascading out from. I'd like you all to make stealth checks, please.
Bye. 4.
Plus 10 due to pass without trace.
14.
14. Rand, with disadvantage plus 10.
I rolled 2 10s. Holy crap.
So that's 20.
Yeah.
34.
Okay.
27 total.
Alright. So. The round is advancing. You guys moving as quietly as you can. Era. Though despite your attempts to be stealthy, you still find yourself having to stifle some involuntary coughs from having your lungs filled with water not too long ago. and each of you are still occasionally dripping water that, despite probably being inconsequential in the noise it makes, each droplet that strikes the rocky ground beneath you sends like a little bit of a twinge of nervousness through you. So Duran's taking the lead. What are the rest of you doing?
I'm behind him.
Era, Elevorn?
I'll be behind Mary, I guess.
Okay. And Gildy, is he at your side? Where's Gildy at, Duran? Is he scouting ahead? What's he doing?
Covering the back.
Okay. Duran, as you begin to come to within 20, 30 feet of this sort of natural archway that leads into the next chamber, make a perception check.
$16.
16?
10 on 10 on 10 on 10.
Alright. There's a change in the light. A shadow of something like had broken the light and cast some form of movement, something up ahead in the next room. And you get the feeling that something is waiting just beyond. Immediately from the vision that you have through this essentially doorway, you can't see a creature or anything. You see what looks like more of the same cracked, rocky ground beneath, and then what looks to be a fairly high ceiling, at least if the room that you're in is any indication. You can hear breathing. Steady breathing. You guys watch as Durand takes a moment and pauses.
Well,
It's up ahead. It probably knows we're here, so just be ready.
why do you think it knows that we're here?
Just a suspicion. Hear it breathing.
Well, I mean, it is a living creature, and you know you need to breathe as a living creature.
It could be nothing. I'm just saying. I'm just gonna keep going.
Okay. As you get closer, Durand, Draconic, coming from, seems maybe right in front of you, but the voice echoes through where you are from the next chamber and past you and around you. You dare follow me here? Your arrogance will be the end of you. And from
Definitely.
around... What?
Definitely knows we're here.
And from around all of you, you're not sure of a point of origin. From the ground, it seems this hot steam, this cloud of steam begins to form around each of you. Begins to sting and burn at your skin and sting at your eyes as well. You all take 6 points of fire damage. You're not sure where it came from. You're not sure the extent of its radius, or if the entire area is being flooded with this steam.
Shit.
It's difficult to impossible to see through. Your visibility is reduced to maybe 5 feet around you. So, like Era and Elevorn, you can just see the silhouettes of each other. Elevorn, you can barely see Netadion in front of you. What do you guys do?
Can I tell Gildy to kind of like try to beat its wings to like?
Sure, make a strength check for Gildy.
Where is your thingamabob, my friend? What am I adding? Let me just put this on my desktop. There it is. Okay. It is a 15.
15? Okay, I'll say Gildy beats its wings such that the steam cloud around himself, Era, and Elevorn disperses. This gust of wind from behind you, Era and Ella, clears out the steam and pushes and disperses it. So you can see that there's still sort of this lingering hot wave coming from the cloud of steam that's still encapsulating Durand and Netadion. It seems to be about a 20-foot radius. And Elevorn. From the Chamber of Head, maybe about 15, 20 feet in front of Durand, or where you assume Durand was based on when you last saw him before this steam appeared. Though he is still completely immersed in the cloud, you can see looming around the edge of the entrance in the next chamber. Sidna. The burning energy in her chest rising. Her throat as the maw opens up to show the ball of glowing orange-red fire at the back of her throat.
Is there time for an action or not really?
What do you want to do?
Um,
I will
well,
say. Let's roll for initiative. As neither the four of you nor Sidna were able to successfully hide from each other. Durand was able to spot Sidna's presence, and she was able to recognize that you were here as well. So let's go ahead and have everybody roll for initiative.
Crazy.
9.
5.
$22.
Okay.
$16.
16?
Yeah.
Okay. First up, Elevorn. You see Sidna preparing her fire breath, and you react. What do you do?
I create a wall of water on the ground. At the
In
point
front
I
of
can
Durand?
see within range. Yeah.
See. The thing is, you can see Sidna because of her size above the and through like the fog, but the thickest part of the fog is still directly in front of you, encapsulating Neredian and Durand. What is the radius of what is like the length of your wall of water?
Well, the range is 60 feet, but it can be 30 feet long, 10 feet high, and a foot thick. Or a ringed wall up to 20 feet in diameter, 20 feet high, and 1 foot thick.
Okay. I'll say that you can see like a point over here, like somewhere over here, and like direct it that way. So even though you can't see this point on the ground, you can basically make it so that the edge of your wall of water would be in front of where Durand is.
Okay. Well, that's what I was saying. If I could see anywhere, just to like, because she's already kind of alluded to what she's going to do. So I was like,
Mm-hmm. All right. So a wall of water from the cracks in the ground beneath this towering wall. Durand, you can hear the sound of water. You can even hear it kind of like hissing with as it impacts the heat of the steam, and parts of it sort of evaporates and beats back that heat even. What else are you doing, Elevorn?
well, I suppose I'll, I don't know. Move closer to Era? I don't know. Like, I was like, I can't really push her or anything.
Holy
Be
God.
like bushwalker, just like, oh no, I bumped into you. Too bad that we're both,
So you're just moving back a bit.
Well, I don't know. There isn't a way for me to give her cover of any kind, is there? To just like,
No.
okay. Well, okay.
Form of water. What book is that in? Is that Xanathar's? Sounds like Xanathar.
I think it might be.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Next, the steam cloud around you, Durand, and you, Neredian, begin to disperse. And you can again see Durand and Neredian. You see in front of you this towering wall of water that now blocks the passage forward. At least it's in the way. It's just water. You can probably move through it. However, you hear a growl from beyond the water that echoes and grows into a thundering roar of what seems to be at least partially rejuvenated and re-angered Sidna, followed by the sound of a massive stomp, and cracks begin to form underneath and around both you, Durand, and around you, Neredian, where these cracks in the ground, slight cracks, maybe only a few inches wide, begin to open up in the ground beneath, and these geysers of pressurized steam jet up and forth from around you. I need both of you to make dexterity saving throws, please.
She's not close enough to me. God damn it. Okay. That is 18.
Alright. Neredian, you manage to get out of the way as you notice what is going to happen as this jet of steam comes up. You can feel the heat and you turn your face away, but you avoided the brunt of it. Durand, you as well, angling your shield slightly downward so that the steam ricochets off of it just enough for you to get out of the full force brunt. Both of you take 0 damage. Durand, it's your turn. There's a wall of water in front of you, with a Sidna just beyond. What are you doing?
I was seeing if my spells have an effect at a higher level, but they don't. It's 2 in particular.
The wall is difficult terrain.
It's like double movement to pass through it or something?
I don't know. It's only supposed to be like a foot wide, but or a foot thick. So I don't know how that works, but the space of the wall is difficult terrain, it says.
What are you doing, Durand?
Nah, I'm not gonna try to. I was thinking, but I didn't really see, so I'm not gonna sit here and say, "Oh, how far is in there?" I don't think I'd really know. Let me just be a madman, anyways. So I'm going to just play it safe. Let me just play it safe. I'm gonna angle myself so I can bless everyone.
Okay. The radius of bless is 30 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. You can do that with one step back.
Beautiful.
Unless you wanted to get guilty too. Then you have to go further.
I can't without expending a higher slot.
Oh, okay.
So the 4 of us will have to do.
All right.
Let's just hope Gildy is blessed by other means.
Ha.
Okay, so everyone bless and bonus action Shield of Faith, and I'm going to stay right here.
Okay.
Or I guess place me back at where I was with the water wall right in front of me.
Like right up to the water wall.
Yeah.
All right. So right up against the water wall. So as all of this happens in a matter of a moment, you guys see Sidna Elevorn shoots up the wall of water. Daran heads back and blesses everyone as he does and is running back forward. A torrent of flame from Sidna's location passes through the wall of water, sending pretty much quickly evaporating most of it on contact, turning the wall of water into almost a wall of steam, and continuing forward, cascading over. Let's see, definitely Duran. Durand, Nedadian, and let's see, does it hit Arrow? And just hitting both Era and Elevorn. So while the flame's intensity, heat, and strength is significantly negated or reduced by the wall of water that it passed through, I still need everyone to make a dexterity saving throw, please. Don't forget you're blessed.
Dexterity saving 25.
23.
Okay.
31.
Jeez.
Bless was the play. Oh my god.
You said 23, Era? I can barely hear you if you're talking.
Oh, okay. Let me see. 23.
Okay. Elevorn?
12.
12? Alright. So, Durand, Naradian, you both save. As Durand, you have your shield up, you're ready already. The fire cascades over and around you. You can feel the familiar heat, but still blocking the brunt of the damage with your shield. You take no damage. Naradian, with the split-second warning that the hissing, steaming wall of water gave you, you're able to nimbly avoid and dodge the brunt of the flames, and you as well, kind of using the stream and the sort of break in the flame that Durand is providing. You use that as cover, and you take no damage. Era, you succeed, so you take half damage of the already halved damage that the fire breath deals because it went through the wall of water, and you take 13 points of fire damage.
I also have fire resistant. I'm just.
So you take 6 points of fire damage. It's halved because you saved, halved because of the wall of water, and halved again because of your resist. Elevorn, you take 26 points of fire damage. and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Due to because wall of water is concentration, yeah,
It
or is
is.
it not? Yeah.
16.
Okay, you do maintain concentration. That Durand, you don't see it, but you do hear the sound of Sidna moving away. So you're not exactly sure where. It is now Netadion's turn.
So where does the water thing? Can you point it out to me?
It's like right in front of me.
It's like this.
Okay. And how high was it again?
High
30?
enough to. It's high enough to completely block off the like the
Oh,
sort
up
of
to the
archway
ceiling?
that leads to the next chamber. Not up to the ceiling,
Oh, okay.
but the entranceway to the next chamber doesn't go all the way up. It's not a column. It's like an arch or like a sort of opening that leads to the next area.
We can get rid of the water if you want. And it's like, at least I'm dry now.
I don't know if it's safe to do that. That's...
And it's
I honestly don't know what to do. Because I don't know if that Sidna moved.
so there's this place that Duran is in front of that the wall of water is, but like I said, there were two seemingly entrances to the next chamber.
Yeah, but I don't know where they go, and I don't know that Sidna moved. Just get me close to Durand next to him.
Okay.
Because like I said, I don't know that Sidna moved, so I'm trying to, like, I don't know, maybe try to see through the water or something, that if I notice anything, but
Okay. Does the water wall block vision? Does it say anything about that, Nimue?
it definitely obscures, but it's dark in there too, so
Yeah. Well, it's not as dark. Like I said, there was like a faint orange glow that's coming from the next room.
yeah, but I mean, it's still...
It's just about as easy as the steam seems to subside and the wall of water comes back. Eventually, it does get to the point where, although difficult to see through, you can, and you don't see. You see just more room, more rock, more cave. You don't see any sort of vague shape of a dragon through the wall of water.
Fuck. I'm just gonna... What? I don't, yeah, that's it. I don't think I...
Leads us to Eric. Well, actually, before that, Durand, did you want Gildy to do anything?
Is it flyable in here?
It is.
Okay, so I'm gonna have him hover over the wall of water. Possible?
Sure. So again, he can't. He's gonna have to come down to get into the next chamber if he's going in this way. But he is currently flying above the wall of water. That leads us to now Era's turn.
Let's take a look. Durand and Neri went to the other chamber?
Not
Nope,
yet.
they're right
Oh,
where
yeah.
they
Oh,
are.
okay. Oh, okay. I'm going to, I guess, hold Firebolt, but I intend to use it with as poison.
Okay.
But I'll move forward. Cautiously. Keep going. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So, holding the poison bolt spell. Initially holding it, you can see the mote of flame wreathing Era's hand, but in a moment of concentration, it begins to turn more misty and green and poison-like in nature due to the serpent's eye. Is that your turn?
Yeah, for now.
All right. Elevorn, back to you.
All right. Um. I'm going to use. Well, let's see. I guess I can't get too far here. Like, what is the pathing to go to the other way that doesn't have a wall of water in front of it? I mean, I can move the wall of water.
The other way is just like going this way. The other opening is right over here.
Can I get across behind, like, where Neri is there or not? Like, is
You
that...
can go across here, yeah.
Alright, well, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. That's 30 feet.
I guess I'll dash.
Okay. Another 30 feet.
Okay.
Alright. Next up is the lair action. Around the same locations that it had previously erupted with steam. Again, cracks in the ground, some that had been there from the last time this happened. Geysers of steam jet upwards. I need Dran, Nerdian, and Era to make dexterity saving throws.
$21.
Okay. Okay.
A lot.
A lot, you said?
27.
Okay. Daran, Nerdian, you react in time and avoid the steam geyser. Era, as you're moving forward, one of the cracks beneath you jets up right across your torso, and you take 10 points of fire damage reduced to 5 because you're resistant. So 5 points of fire damage. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
4.
4. You lose your hold on the firebolt spell. As holding a spell requires you to concentrate on it. So the magic that you're holding fizzles. Durand, it is your turn. No sign of Sidna on the direct opposite side of the wall of water since she had used her fire breath. Elevorn moving around to the other entrance. The wall of water is still there, but able to come down should you request it at any point, as Elevorn had previously mentioned.
I can go through it. Can I go through it with Gildy and then mount?
Sure. So, 5, 10, 15. And mounting takes half of your speed, yeah? So, getting through, having Gildy come down and mounting, all of your speed, and since the wall of water is difficult terrain, you're on the other side, you're mounted, you have, I think, 5 feet left. But coming through, you do see in a brighter lit chamber now. Seems like there are these slight, there's a slight orange glow coming from the cracks in the ground beneath, as if there's a heat source just beneath the surface. And that is what seems to be lighting the floors and walls of this chamber, providing some light to see by. It's very dim light across the whole thing, but it's enough to see. So you're mounted on Gildy. You have 5 more feet of movement.
Can I dash?
You can, yeah. What's Gildy's movement speed?
60. Let me pull it up. It is 60.
Alright, so dashing towards Sidna. Yes or no?
Yes, but like where I'm gonna end up is important, because if I have her view, I don't want it to be towards this direction.
Okay.
You get me? So like,
You want to basically put it like back towards the wall, kind of? Like not towards where Neri and Era are?
like if I can get up to her, it'd probably be best to go straight
Okay.
rather than to her front, which could be close to anyone.
Yeah, with 60 feet, you'd be able to get there. Do you want him to be flying? Well, he would have to be flying for the 60-foot mounted speed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you are right in front of Sidna, maybe about 10-15 feet in the air, putting you pretty much level with the top of her head. Is that your turn?
Can I? I suppose it's mostly just for like flair or whatever, but I wanted to like prepare the trap.
Oh, gotcha.
The wing hammer
So-
stomper.
Yep. So mounted on Gildy, flying towards Sidna, you begin to go through the bag of holding, and as you get within range of the dragon, you think of, and you feel your hand clasp around the mithril metal woven ball. That leads us then to Sidna's turn. Who actually, at the end of your turn, Daran, a familiar sight sensation as she kind of rears up onto hind legs and the wings begin to ferociously beat directly onto and against you and Gildy, buffeting you both. I need both of you to make dexterity saving throw, please.
Or on the bless. Oh, this was the play. That makes it 26 for me and 22 for Gildy.
All right. Both of you now, after the previous encounter with this steel and brace yourselves against this, you grip harder to Gildy, and Gildy basically beats his wings back. Although it is turbulent, you maintain and stay. However, Sidna is going to attempt to move half of her fly speed and fly up further. Are you going to allow it, Dadan?
Well, she's 10 feet away, wasn't she?
You got right up to her.
Oh, I was within range. Okay, so then, yeah, I'm going to try to hit her.
Alright, go ahead and make an attack roll.
That is... Oh my god. Dude, can you believe I haven't attacked in forever? I don't know what to add to this. 26.
Yeah, that'll hit. So that stops Sidna in her tracks, but she still does fly up to about 20 feet, so 5 feet above you, because that would be still, with everything else, would still be within your melee range.
Yeah. She takes 16 damage.
16?
Yeah.
Alright. And with that, it is now Sidna's turn, who now flying herself above both you, Duranda, and Gildy, is going to speak in Draconic, addressing not you, Duranda, but Gildy. How about I show you the power of a real dragon? And she's going to use her breath attack. So I need Durand and Gildy to make dexterity saving throws, please.
21 for me and 18 for Gildy.
That is a success on your part, Daran, and a fail for Gildy.
Biscuits. Wait,
So
hold on. Wait.
What?
I give him plus something. Plus, what is the number?
From what?
From aura protection.
Oh, you didn't count that in?
I did
Is
not
it
count that in.
+2 or something?
What
Plus
is his
2.
roll? Yeah, what is his roll?
Oh, I just fucking erased it, son of a bitch.
No, I mean, like,
Um,
what's his dexterity thing? You said 19.
Oh, his dexterity is plus 2.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so 21. That does turn it into a save. So, with your shield and Gildy actually dodging it, but dodging in such a way that he takes the brunt of it, you take no damage. But Gildy does take 29 points of fire damage.
God, that's fucking out. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was halved. And unable to move. Are able to move, but okay at the moment. That is Sidna's turn. It is now Metadion. Through the water, Neri, you had seen the slight sort of orange glow that had been in the next chamber grows intense and strong, and even through the water you feel a slight amount of heat as the sound of deafening roaring flames echoed through and then subsided. You hear the Dragonel's cry from the room onward as the scent of singed scale and flesh fills the area. What are you doing?
Guess I'm just gonna push through the water.
Okay.
And
That's 30 feet right there. You can see Daran mounted on Gildy. Yeah.
There's a wall. How tall is the wall? Things.
I mean, it doesn't go all the way up. Daran and Gildy were able to fly over it. So yeah, you see most of Sidna, actually, most of her upper half as she is flying fairly high in the sky. You can see just kind of the tips occasionally of Gildy's wing.
And how far is Signa from me? Oh, hello, random flies. Also, there's,
About 70 feet total.
Okay, cool. Then I'm gonna hex her.
Alright.
And I'll do the same strategy that we were supposed to do. This time I'm gonna use the ability thing and its strength.
Alright, so as the shadows that are being cast by all of the different rock formations here begin to move towards and sort of cling to Sidna, she is hexed.
That was a bonus action, so I'm gonna cast Toll the Dead.
Okay. So
Wait, how far
wisdom?
was it again?
70 feet
Okay,
or so.
then it doesn't. I have to get closer, so
You have action dash, but then that's your action.
yeah, I'm gonna dash closer.
Closer to Sidna? Okay.
Yeah, because otherwise I eventually would have to anyways get closer, so I'm just gonna use it now.
So that's 30 feet right there. You're feeling the crosswind, your hair whipping to and fro due to one like the slighter like breeze from Gildy's wings and then a more fierce gust from each beat of Sidna's, kicking up dust and dirt, pushing rocks and rubble aside. Era, your turn. You watched as both Durand and Neredian ran their way through the wall of water. You watch as Elevorn makes her way around the wall of water. What are you doing?
I am going to go through the water.
Okay.
Where she gets to it, it's just going to disappear.
That's good because she wouldn't have the movement to get through the wall of water. So as you're running up to it, Elevorn looks back towards everyone else who had just run through it, and just the wall drops and splashes and kind of cascades over your ankles. You get there, that's 30 feet. You are pretty much at the precipice of the next area. Not quite able to get a direct line of sight on anyone. Like,
Could I use my
what's up?
action to move forward?
Dash?
Yes.
Yes. That's 30 feet. You happy with that?
Yeah, not too close either. I'm not trying to kill myself.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay. The end of your turn. Sidna is going to adjust herself in the air. The long, lashing tail whips out from under her and strikes towards Gildy. That is a 27 to hit. Does a 27 hit Gildy? Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Well, actually, can
You've already
I?
used your reaction.
Oh, yeah, true. That is a reaction.
Yep. It was a good one though. Ah, that's not great damage. Gildy takes 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ooh.
Staggering midair, you kind of will him and use your own sort of body weight to adjust for him, and you guys do maintain yourselves upright. Elevorn, it is your turn.
So it is. I don't know. I can't tell how far I could get if I walked around or whatever. Sorry.
Well, you're still heading that way, right? That's all you need to say.
Well, I wasn't
30
sure. No. Okay.
Come on. You could get into your movement could take you into the next chamber, and you have sight on everybody except for Era.
So, how tall is this chamber?
I'd say this chamber is about, just eyeballing it, anywhere from 70 to 100 feet. So it's fairly tall. But both Sidna and Duran/Gildy aren't even like halfway up right now. Sidna's about 30 feet in the air. Duran and Gildy about 20-25.
gonna try to call lightning.
Okay. What are the requirements for that?
Storm cloud appears in the shape of a cylinder 10 feet tall with a 60-foot radius centered on the point you can see 100 feet directly above you.
Okay. So,
If there isn't enough room for the spell, it fails.
gave you a range. Nimue. Okay. So, as you kind of try to eyeball this and gauge the amount of space that you have, you cast the spell, and nothing happens. Until it seems like these clouds seem to be half formed, like sort of clipped into the ceiling, basically. Directly above Sidna, I'm assuming?
Yes, or a little bit, behind her, maybe.
Okay. So, this underground cave, there is now clouds above all of you, and the sound of battle and growling, roaring dragon is combined now with a loud crash of echoing thunder that rumbles through the cavern and shakes some dust and debris loose from the walls.
Okay, so if I could aim for not the area that around or near the other in, to have a bolt of lightning flash down and try to attempt to hit Sidna with it. It's a dex save.
Absolutely. What is a dex save? Okay.
Minus
That is 16.
a D4.
16 minus a D4, which I think.
Well, I
means
think
it's a
it
fail,
hits
right?
anyways. I mean, yeah, I think
I'm
she
not
fails
sure.
anyway.
16 succeeds. I think her thing might be 16. What's your DC, Elevorn?
Yeah, 16.
Yeah, so she would have saved, but the D4, regardless of what's rolled, makes it a fail. So it's a 14 now. So go ahead and roll damage for as this unnatural, weird underground storm accumulates and a bolt of lightning strikes down directly at Sidna.
How many points of lightning?
20?
Yes.
Alright. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Next up. At the end of your turn, since you're at the top of the round, Sidna's legendary actions recharge, and she is going to once again beat her wings. I need Durand, Gildy, and Neridian to make dexterity saving throws.
Holy hell, Neri's in range? What the fuck?
Wait, hold on. No, I'm mixing up my ranges. Neri is not in range. So just Durand and Gildy. Sorry about that. Not that she has any issue with making a dex save.
True.
Bet you that I would have had the lowest number possible I could have.
No. Okay. So mine is 19. Gildy's is 21.
Alright, you both succeed. So as the wings are beating, and again, you are standing fast underneath both Neridian and Elevorn. The lair action is cracks in the ground and steam geysers shooting up at immense pressures, whistling as they do, screeching almost to the point of pain. I need both of you to make dexterity saving throws as well.
Oh, Gildy and I again?
No, this is no. So you were doing getting.
I was doing the wing, yeah.
Wing
And
attack.
then
The lair action targeted Netadion and Elevorn.
15 total.
15.
24.
Netadion success. Elevorn fail. Elevorn, you take 13 points of fire damage, and I need a concentration check.
And
10. That is a success. Just barely. You maintain concentration on your storm, lightning, cloud, thunder, bolt thing. Again, Sidna is going to attempt movement. Are you going to make an opportunity attack, Dodon?
yes.
Alright, go for it.
Yeah. I couldn't have asked for a better crit.
Go ahead and roll your damage.
I can't smite if it's not my turn, is it? Oh yeah, that would be cool, but not necessary. We need to chill. We need to chill. So 25.
25 points of damage, alright. So again, Sidna attempts to pull back. This time, you lash out, striking her right where the neck meets the upper part of the torso, and almost stunning her to the point where she has to do all she can just to maintain her spot in the air, and she cannot pull back. It is now your turn, Daran. Wait a second.
Wait, that's
We
weird.
hadn't gotten
huh?
back to your turn yet,
Yeah.
so you can't use that reaction until you had your turn, right?
How did she try to move twice though?
Okay, so the legendary actions, they reset at the top of the round, right? Elevorn went first.
Okay.
So, and her wing attack allows her to, like, sort of.
Oh, the
do
wing allows her to
attack, and it
displace her
allows her to move up to half of her
movement.
movement speed. Yep.
I see. Okay, so then I don't hit her. Don't worry about that. I can't do it.
Okay.
No reaction.
Dang, I feel bad taking a crit away from you. I should have been on top of that. I apologize.
It's okay. I didn't know about the movement thing for the wing attack.
Yeah.
So for some reason, I just at that moment I'm like, wait, I haven't had a turn. How is she moving again?
So she flies back about 40 feet. But it's now your turn, Taran, and you can move as well.
Let's well, this thing has 60 feet, so I can actually just do it from here.
You can just get up to her if you want, yeah. Is that
Well, I
what
was
you
saying
wanna
the
do?
ball, because the ball is a range attack, so I don't want to be up to her.
Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, I'm using the ball.
Okay.
Well, I'm
So-
using the ball. Let's be smart about this. Let's use the ball within range of the. Where is this? What's the range of it? 10 feet. Okay, so I gotta be within 10 feet, which is still good to throw a range attack without disadvantage, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. So 10 feet away from her,
10 feet away.
and now we.
Is it check or saving throw that he gives the disadvantage on? Wait, what is disadvantage? What are you talking about? The 10 feet? The minus D4, you mean?
Yeah, the minus D4. She's
Is
already got
on what?
disadvantage because of the
Saving
hex.
throws, correct?
Yeah.
It's just saving throws, right? Okay, so.
I still have to hit the regular attack, so that doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
I'm not doing
So
anything
go
for that.
ahead
but-
and make a ranged attack with proficiency. So dexterity plus proficiency.
Okay.
And don't forget your bless.
So Dex 0 doesn't matter. Proficiency 5. $24.
So, Delon, you take the ball, and you throw it, and mid-air, the ball of banded metal just expands like a spider web, expanding out like a net of metal that then grabs and clamps down around Sidna and her wings. And she begins to fall, plummeting to the ground with a loud thud and impact. Her wings now pinned to her body. She does take falling damage. And Sidna is restrained. You can see the bands seem to be straining. Like they are at their limit with the size of the creature, but they are holding.
Okay. So I'm going to fly down to her.
Okay. So you have 20 more feet, so you can get not quite down. You're still about 15 feet up.
15? Fuck. I should have done the movement after. Damn it. Okay.
Well. Alright. The end of your turn. It is Sidna's turn. So she is going to use her action to attempt to make the strength check and do so with disadvantage. Does your aura even give disadvantage on checks? It's just saving throws, isn't it?
Oh, you might be right.
But hexed.
Well, yeah,
Yes.
there's disadvantage.
So, yeah.
I did say disadvantage, but the D4 is only for saving throws, yeah?
Pretty sure you're right. Now that I'm thinking about it. Where is...
Alright, let's roll these two D20s. That is... No, because of the disadvantage, it's a fail.
Whew.
And she is still restrained.
Let's go Hex.
Rough. Yeah, go Hex. It was a 25 and a 17.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's that. Nedidion, your turn. You can see as the muscles and wings are flexing on Sidna, and the bands are straining, and they almost opened up, and it seemed for a moment like she was going to break out, but clamped back.
Oh, fun times. And how far is she from me now? Again, it's because bitch it keeps running.
About 50, 55 feet.
Fuck, it's fire resistance too. Okay, for now at least I'm not gonna use it, but I'm gonna wait. I'm trying to see where this is. How far can I throw a dagger? I mean, just
20 feet. 20
20
feet.
feet.
Yeah, I think that's your minimum range, and I think it's
60.
like 60 with disadvantage.
So do I need to go a bit closer if I want to throw?
If
the
you
dagger?
want to do it, with disadvantage, you could throw it from here.
I don't want to do it with disadvantage. So
Then I think you would
me-
need to bonus action dash if you wanted to get it within range to within 20 feet.
I mean, if I'm gonna use bonus action to dash, I might as well get right up to it, right?
That's up to you.
Yeah, sure. Let me get right up to it. It's gonna be
Alright.
risky, but
Right up to the thrashing, writhing, restrained dragon. You run up. What are you doing?
I'm gonna try to stab it in the eye.
All right, go ahead and make an attack roll with advantage because it is restrained.
I hear advantage? Do I hear sneak attack?
27.
That will hit, yes.
So So 8 points of damage.
Okay. Bring the dagger down onto the writhing dragon, drawing blood. You can see it's still kind of struggling and straining against the bands that bind it, but even so, unable to do so. Almost like the shadows of your hex are assisting in keeping them clung to Sidna. Is that your turn?
Yeah, but I mean, I aimed for its eye, so it's
Okay. You do like catch it in and across the eye. It's still moving, lashing around, so I'm not sure if it did enough to blind it per se, but it does have a nice gash around the eye.
okay.
You rolled high enough to target that, yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's all I can do then. No.
Era, your turn.
Can I use? Oh, actually. Poison. Can I not attempt, but can I use poison ball at level 5?
Okay, it's 120 feet? You have to
Yes.
move up to get line of sight, yeah.
Okay, so let me do that first.
Okay.
Move me, I guess, forward.
So yeah, you can move close. You're well within the 120-foot range. You begin to form the fireball, and then grasping onto the serpent's eye, the fire spell turns into a poison one. You loose the spell, and this giant explosion of poison gas engulfs Sidna. Dexterity saving throw. What?
I forgot that since I have hex on it, I get 1d6 extra damage to it.
Go
so
for it. Yeah, we'll go ahead and roll that. That's a 3. Does that save? Era?
Oh my
Sorry,
god.
can you
Hell
repeat
no,
that
it
for me?
doesn't.
Does a 3 save?
Yeah, it does.
Ah,
What?
okay. Go ahead, you roll your damage for your 5th level poison ball.
And that was 4 extra damage from the
Or
hex thing. Yeah.
damage, not
43.
43 points of damage. Okay. As the poisonous cloud clears that has been directed away from both Dadan Gildy and Neredian, you can see the dragon hacking up poison and smoke, and the attempts to release itself from its bonds temporarily have been subdued. However, at the end of your turn, Era, Sidna is going to make a tail attack against Neredian. Lashing, writhing around on the floor, the tail comes whipping around, dragging across rock and dirt, and towards you, Neredian. That's a 14 to hit.
No.
No, you dodge out of the way, and you're not sure if that was a targeted attack at you or whether it's just a consequence of the flailing of this dragon. That brings us then to the top of the round and Elevorn's turn.
So, I'm going to call lightning down on Sidna again.
Yeah. Disadvantage on dexterity saving throws due to being restrained. And that's a 10. A 10 save.
No.
Okay. Are you sure? Can it?
Throw the dragon a bone at this point. This is a slaughter fest.
Alright, go ahead and roll damage.
A very expensive slaughter fest.
Right?
18 points of damage.
Okay. Sidna's not looking good as starting around the lightning bolt as she is straining, she's flexing the wings again to try to muscle her way out. And as she's doing so, a lightning bolt called down rips right through the sinewy leather of the wings and into the ground where it explodes into rock and debris. Sidna cries out in pain and frustration. What else? Is that the end of your turn? Are you moving, Elevorn? What are you doing?
Yeah, can I move, like, so that I'm not by the horrible steamy floor stuff of death? That would be great. Yes. I mean, yeah, okay. That's fine.
What's up?
I was just like, I don't know if there's more room over there, but I don't want to be too close to it, you know what I mean?
Sure.
But not, like, line up a good shot for her with, like, all of us in it, you know?
Damn.
Gotcha. So, at the end of your turn, Elevorn, Sidna's still thrashing around. How dare you! Ah! And she's going to make another tail attack against Neredian because there's nothing else to do there. That is a 27 to hit.
Oh my god.
Yeah. But dodge.
Yes, you can uncanny dodge. So you
Yes.
take 7 points of bludgeoning damage instead of 14.
7 points.
7, yes.
Okay.
Sidna's face kind of dragging through the dirt and rock. You could see each agonizing, strained, and frustrated breath in the amount of dust and debris that is kicked up. Next up.
Do I need to make a concentration check because hex is concentration?
Go ahead and make a constitution saving throw.
Yeah. $16.
Yeah, you're good. Next up is the lair action, in which around Sidna, this steam cloud begins to grow, expand, and obfuscate the area. Daran, you lose your vision of Sidna. And Neredian. Neredian, you take 5 points of fire damage from being within this steam cloud. Go to make another concentration check.
$17.
You're good again. Durand, it is your turn. Your vision of Sidna and Netadian have been lost in this radius of steamy fog that has encompassed them.
If I So I'm thinking of getting off of Gildy and landing somewhere. I haven't decided yet if that's on Sidna or on the ground.
Okay.
Would Gildy get his turn after mine?
I said he could have his turn, but without movement.
Yeah, that would be okay. So I'll just place him wherever he needs to go, like at this moment on my turn. Just leave him there.
Sure.
I want to. I don't know. I'm looking healthy. Maybe I'm looking risky. Let's jump on Sidna.
Onto where you believe Sidna would be, because she's still thrashing around, and
Yeah, but
she's in a 20-foot radius steam cloud of fog.
That is. That's okay. She's big. How can I really miss? Let's be honest.
All right. So.
What are you gonna make me do? Hit me.
Go ahead and roll percentile.
A percentile? 83.
Okay. Yeah. I'd say that there was like a 20% chance that you would have missed her in the area. So if there was anything like 1 to 20, then you would have landed on the ground.
Okay. Hey, that would have been fine too. We would have made that work.
Alright, so through the steam cloud onto Sidna. Where's actually, you said you were gonna have Gildy land somewhere. What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't gonna have him land. I was gonna jump off of him onto Sidna. Gildy is gonna stay
so he's
like
flying above the steam cloud.
He's still flying above it. My
above
intention with Gildy is to try to beat his wings again, to get rid of the steam cloud.
So
I didn't really need him to move.
The radius of the steam cloud.
Yeah.
Elevorn, Era, you watch as Gildy flies over this steam cloud, and Durand leaps off of Gildy, down, disappearing into the steam towards the thrashing dragon. Durand, upon entering the steam cloud, you do take 5 points of fire damage.
That's fine.
But you kind of brace yourself, and you still jumped off of someone of Gildy from like 20 feet up. So you do still take, in addition to the 5 points, you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage from the landing. Okay. But you feel yourself land pretty hard on the rough scales of Sidna, in addition to the metal band. So, but you quickly balance and orient yourself on the back of the thrashing, bucking dragon.
Can we say my landing was so heavy I did 1 damage to her? No, it's okay.
No. You need that much help? Do you need 1 damage? If it comes down to 1 damage, I'll reconsider this. But
half of damage.
Half a damage. I'll give you half a damage.
Her back is a little sore right now.
Yeah, I don't think she.
Not from the cage or anything.
All right, okay. You're on Sidna's back.
Let's attack.
Alright. Taking the sword, plunging it directly down. Go ahead and make an attack roll with advantage.
I appreciate it. Wait. Not that much. Why am I rolling so close with disadvantages and advantages? I rolled a 15 and a 14. That's 25 then.
That will hit, yes.
I smite. I smite.
What level?
Level
Sixth
2.
Level? 8th level?
I'm using a level 2.
12th level? Okay. Go ahead and roll your damage. As you take the blade, you grab onto one of the metal bands that is clasped around Sidna's body to anchor yourself, and you jam your sword as hard as you can down into the flesh of Sidna, piercing through the scales. Not even really being able to see fully what you're doing for the steam that is blocking your vision and searing your skin.
33.
33 points of damage. Sidna continues to buck wildly. Get off! Get away!
We're gonna do another.
Alright.
Oh, that saved my life actually. 26.
26 hits, yeah.
And another smite.
Okay.
Same level. Yes. This one is 36.
36. And as she's continuing to buck, you withdraw the blade. You can feel the splattering of dragon blood across your chest and jaw as you pull the blade out. And with another strike down into Sidna's body, she cries out, roars, netted down, though you can't really see the details of her face. You can see the silhouette of the dragon as with a strain, pained, last sort of with a burst of resolve and energy as she digs down deep. Duen, you can feel the metal bands begin to give, bend, and snap as the pain sort of drives Sidna into a rage, and she breaks free of the wing haver stopper. The Gildy beats his wing, the smoke, the steam clears, and you can see Duen on the back of Sidna, who has just broken free of her restraints. And you can see the fire welling up in the throat. As then, from behind, a blade pierces through from the back of her neck out through the front. She gurgles on her own blood and fire as this sort of molten blood begins to drip from her jaw. And she collapses. Duen, you stay there, just holding the blade, the handle tight in your hand for a moment more before removing it from Sidna's unmoving body. And with one final gasp in Draconic, she sputters out. No. It's too early. I can't. You will pay for this. You will. And Sidna is dead.
I'm just gonna kind of like kick it or something to make sure it's really dead. I don't.
Either she's really good at pretending, or the dragon is actually dead. Duen, into the next chamber, you see a glint of light and reflection as you see what looks to be a pile, many piles, of gold and treasure. The room ahead seems to be even brighter as that sort of heat source that lay just beneath the surface seems to almost be coming to, and some of the rock seems to be glowing orange and red with heat. Looking around, you can see that even in one area there seems to be a small pool of magma. However, what are you guys doing? As we're no longer in combat.
Well, I need something from her. I need, what did she ask me for again? Is it like
What
a
do you mean,
fang or
who?
something?
I think it was like either fangs or bone or claw, or things along that line. If you're asking about Lauren Voss, the one who made the commission thing for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I need that.
There will be time to harvest dragon parts and bits, should you desire.
Okay.
I actually wanted to do kind of the same thing. Get a couple of teeth and maybe some scales too, or if it's skin, then I don't know. It's
We can figure
how does dragon meat taste like?
You can figure out. I don't know. Does everyone want to cook some up?
Oh my. Hey, we're basically in an oven.
Right, there you go.
We can. Well, Era, do you have it in you to send a message?
Oh, but of course, I say I indeed do. I'm going to send a message to. Well, do you want me to send it to anyone in particular? Because I'd rather tell.
We should probably not let the Duke know everything. Well, not everything, but just dragon dead, treasure found. We're here, wherever we are, southwest of the southern continent.
Okay.
Treasure dead, dragon.
Treasure dead, dragon found.
Yes.
Treasure dead, dragon found.
Yes, precisely.
I will do exactly as Duran asks and inform the Duke of our. Yeah.
Oh, that is excellent news. I'll let everyone know at once. Let us know if there's anything else that you might need from us. And thank you. Very good job. So, speaking of the treasure. Are you guys approaching it? Checking it out?
Yeah.
Carefully.
Carefully avoiding the
Carefully,
hotter rocked areas.
Oh.
There are piles, almost piles that kind of come up to almost eye level with you, Dadan.
Jeez.
There are multiple of them, as well as chests overflowing with coin and jewelry. And you realize, after a while of investigating and going through this and just sort of marveling at all of the wealth and treasure and fortune that you've never seen any like before, that you might have a little bit of a problem here. As after about maybe half an hour to an hour of going through this, everything, There's about 700 pounds of gold, coins, about 2,000 pounds of silver, and around 7,000 pounds of copper. Way more than you guys can carry out of here.
That is why I'm just gonna go back to where Sydney's body is, because it's not so hot there, even though it's still kind of hot, I guess. But I'm gonna start trying the location and stuff like that, and what I saw,
Gotcha.
so that if we can figure out a way to take this out here right now, then I can give it to some people, and they can go and try to pick it up.
Yep. They can construct a elevator shaft hundreds of feet down and swim it through the underground pool.
Yes.
And
Or we could use 1 or 2, or if there are 3 bags of holding that are in existence here, and start to fill them up, and then I can go look for something big enough so that we can transport it after we make a big pile in front of the nearest biggest tree that I need to do it.
I suppose that works, but how
it
far
might take
was
some
it?
time. A few trips. But yeah, so going through it, other than just the coins, there's hundreds of pounds of brass, copper, and bronze jewelry, as well as near 100 pounds of gold and silver jewelry. There's-
Maybe some of those gold and silver jewelry go missing. Oops.
Whoops-a-doodles. As well, there are some peculiar items. Sort of partway buried into one of these piles is what looks to be a rod of some sorts, inscribed with arcane sigils and glyphs. There's a gem that you don't recognize, Neledion, not cut from the same kinds of gems that you see embedded in the jewelry. It's one that you haven't identified yet. Strange gem. And there's also a nice sort of silk and leather cloak, cape that's sort of partway buried into one of these chests. Also, kind of standing out from all of the shinies and wealth and fortune that makes sense to see in this treasure hoard of a dragon that you had just come across. Off to the side, separated from the rest, is a fairly large width and length, but kind of thin, very plain looking wooden box with a small latch on the front.
That's peculiar. Can I check that out?
You can if you want.
I was gonna check it out too. I was gonna check it out if it's like if it trapped or something.
Alright, so Durand and Neredian, you guys find yourselves you guys both kind of spot this and begin to head over, and as Durand, Neredian, you both kind of pick it up. Neredian, go ahead and make a these tools check to check for traps.
$16.
It does not appear to be trapped.
Do you want me to try and open this, or should we just keep it locked? I mean,
It doesn't appear to be locked. It has like a latch, but there's no like lock on it.
I'll open it.
Okay,
Alright.
I'll hand it over.
So, Daran, you're holding the box and you're opening it. Where are Era and Elevorn as this is happening?
I would like to check out the rod. And I would like to send an additional message out,
To
if
who?
possible. I'm gonna send it to Isaiah.
All right. So, you
Surprise.
see. What are you saying?
I'm going to tell him. Well, before I do that, I would probably look towards Neridion momentarily as she's looking at the chest.
It's a box that they're holding.
All boxed. Deciding briefly whether to message Rogueskern or Isaiah. I hesitate for a moment before sending the message out. And doing so, I say, I'd rather you hear it from us as soon as possible. Your girlfriend is safe. Please let Rogueskern and Naval know that I am too. I don't have that many spells left.
I'll take that as you were successful. That is quite a relief to hear. I'll pass it on to your friends, as you requested. Get back soon. And as Era, you are sitting sort of atop this small hill of coins, examining the rod. Elevorn, where are you at?
I'm doing complicated equations in the air, trying to figure out which kind of animals might be able to carry. I can make some kind of bag to help carry stuff too.
Bag of animals?
No,
Animals of
a
holding?
bag of animals. Just like
Just
Ele-
stuff that's
my owls
flying.
with points!
I
Why
mean,
are you being like this?
there's the elephant.
How are we gonna get the elephant up the shaft? I'm like, and through the water, and I just need to think.
So, as you're doing that, Era's examining the rod, Nedadion and Duran are around this box, and Duran, you click the latch, and as you turn the latch to open it, the box springs open on its own. And for a brief moment, you spot what looks to be some sort of reflective surfaces inside. And before you can identify them as what they are, they spring on their own accord out. And you can see these long, sort of shards of mirror that as they jump out of the box, they form together in front of your face. And within a moment or two, a visage appears. For a moment, you're looking at yourself in the mirror, but then it begins to shift and change into an older human man with very angular features, a dark red goatee with short, sort of wispy, sort of dark brown hair with flecks of gray in it. The eyes are sallow and sunken with dark circles beneath them, and he stares forward at you.
Close it, close it, close it. Try to close it. I don't know what it does, but close the fucking box.
You are not Sidna.
I'm trying to close the box. I don't know if it does
Trying to
do
reach over and
anything.
close the box. Nedadion is reaching up to close the box. What are you doing, Dadan?
I mean, I want to hear him out.
Dadan's turning away like, stop it! It's my turn to play with the box.
Fucking idiot.
That's all he says for now. So I can only assume that she is dead.
Who are you?
Well, let's to say I'm one who had some interest in the affairs of Sidna on your continent. She wasn't supposed to be slain this early. Unfortunately,
Well,
this
she hurt a
seems
lot
plan
of good people,
moved
so
around. What's
she hurt a lot of good people.
Such sacrifices are necessary. She became overzealous. I assume she was supposed to keep a lower profile to attract hunters so early in her time there goes against her plan, my plan. Am I looking upon the face of the one who slayed her?
Yes.
Then know this. Your days are numbered. However a fool Sidna may have been, however arrogant, you do not simply get to kill my daughter and live. And the image fails as you are showered with a cascade of glass as they basically erupt. You turn your head and face away as to avoid getting any in your eyes, but the box kind of fall, like the hinge of the box sort of breaks and falls over limply, and you are scattered in shards of mirror.
Well, that's just fucking great.
Well, I mean, if his plan had anything to do with whatever Sid was doing here, my
Hope we have more time to prepare what's coming for us now, I guess.
new headset is what.
So, despite the the others doing their own activity, you both would have seen and heard this as well. They're not too far away that this wouldn't have attracted attention. Nedadian, your sort of keen investigative eyes see something else within the box. An engraving, a sort of stamp of ownership, essentially, engraved into the base of the box, but it is in a language that you do not understand.
So, it's carved on the box, or was it?
Yep, carved on the box, like below where the shards of the long strips of glass would have been sitting.
I'm gonna quickly try it on my journal.
Okay.
Just like with little notes that what language and whatever kind of stuff like that.
Sure.
And you mentioned the strange gem and the cape thing, so I'm just gonna keep those to myself.
Well, I didn't mention that you were the only one that saw them.
Yeah, but
The
if
gem,
nobody
sure,
else is
but the
going
cape.
for them, I'm gonna take them. Tips. Call tips first. They're mine now.
Go crazy.
How it works. So, Dylan, you're still there with the box. What's up?
I cut off like for like 10 seconds. I wasn't able to hear anything that you were saying when I stopped talking abruptly.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you stood there with the box. There was an engraving on the base of it, like inside of it.
Oh, can I read it?
You can.
Say.
It's in Draconic.
Oh, what does it say?
It's a name.
Oh.
You'd expect ownership of this to, if it's something that, a name you are surprised to not see Sidna's name drawn out there, but another. And as you sound it out and read it, the name is Nistralger.
Drauger.
Can you?
And so, as we are a bit over, you guys are going over the logistics of getting a treasure hoard out of this sort of labyrinth of a dragon's lair, filling up bags of holding on to magic items and trinkets. We will pick up there next time. But I can give you the magic items you guys found if you wish, as you were taking time to identify them.
Goodies.
Yes.
All right. Let me see. First up, the gem. Should I put it in the the chat or the video chat?
The chat.
I can't see the video chat without exposing it to stream.
Oh,
So Eden chat probably better.
all right. So I'll get these in Docs, Google Docs later. But there's the gem.
Yes, I
What do you
can
want
see. I
The
can
rod
fight.
or- I can fight. What do you want next? The cape or the rod?
The rod.
Okay. Era, the rod that you have been examining. A little bit of a read.
Oh my god. This is a spell book.
Bueno.
Can you,
So sharp, sharp.
can you imagine me using the marked altruism channel divinity?
With the rod. That's two reactions. You can't use two reactions.
No, not me, but like let's say Era has the rod on. But is my plan to take it?
You just snatch it away. Like she's like, I'm gonna absorb it. Nope, mine. Whose reaction wins? I don't know.
Oh
It's
my-
like the stack in card games. It depends on who says it first.
The anti-synergy, I love it. You gotta throw those in there. That is sick. Holy shit.
So again, like it seems pretty good, and it is pretty good, but it's very specific with the spells that it can absorb. It has to be a non-AoE spell that is only targeting the person who has it.
Of any level? Oh, wait, up
Seems
to...
like it. Up to
Okay.
5, I think it says.
Yeah, maximum of
Basically,
5.
Era and with Roguescar and just go sit in the field and charge up the rod.
So it is
Fireball.
cumulative. It is not like how many charges are hold in at one point, right? So it's 50 over its entire life. Like even if you expend some out of it, like use some of the energy, it's still the counter still keeps going up, right? So it's 50 over the entire life of the item. And I believe this one, yes, currently has 11 charges in it already.
This item scales.
So it does have a lifespan. It will become non-magical at some point, maybe, if you use it. But it depends on if you think it's worth attunement or not. It does seem like a pretty useful battery, and what Nemo said is possible. You can literally charge it up that way. I guess. Not sure if that's probably not breaking it, right? It seems like it could be.
Maybe not.
And now the cape.
Ew, it smells.
Smells. Ew, smelly.
Yeah.
Stinky cape.
I mean, it's. Holy shit. Dimension door as an action though.
One a day dimension door does not require attunement.
Mine, definitely.
Why not load up Duran?
Yeah.
You can take Duran places. So pretty strong magical items, even though you cheesed my dragon, but whatever.
Hey, you saw that coming.
You cheesed my dragon!
The cheesening.
Didn't even get you skipped a phase too. Didn't even get to the third room.
There's another room? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Show me.
The lava
Oh
room that you
my
see.
Yeah, the
god.
big lava room.
I thought that
where
was
the
just a treasure room.
is.
Why
What?
would it take us into the treasure room? doesn't make any
it's
sense.
retreating further into its lair. It was gonna get while it was in that lair, it was gonna get a new legendary action that took all 3 of its legendary actions to use.
Jeez.
So like the tail attack it gets 3 around, right? The tail attack is 1, counts as 1. The wing attack counts as 2.
What was gonna be the level 3 one, huh? What was it gonna be? Fucking volcano
rare
eruption?
actions.
No, not lair action, legendary action. That means the
Oh,
fucking
legendary
lair.
action. So the
Legendary
dragon
actions.
do something. What was it gonna do? It was gonna fucking breathe fire. It was
It's gonna
gonna
breathe
implode.
fire.
It was gonna implode. It does like self-destruct,
It's
but it
gonna
doesn't die.
explode. Yeah, it's gonna self-destruct.
But it doesn't
It's gonna
die.
start beeping. First it beeps, and then when it.
Beep, beep, beep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tick, tick, boom. I mean, I definitely would like the cape unless somebody else wants it, but then again, since it doesn't require attunement, it can be passed around sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much anybody can use it. Dimension door works for 2 people, no?
Yeah.
So, arguably, meta here is the person that can move the fastest. It'd be Mary. She could dimension door somebody else wherever the fuck she wants.
That's true. So, the 3-cost legendary action, it 1 required her to be in that room, 2 required her to be in a specific location.
Oh.
In that room, right? Essentially, that magma pool.
All right.
She would take a nice mouthful of that
Oh
and
my god.
lava breath.
What the fuck is lava breath?
Oh. 20 d6s
20 d6
plus additional 5 d6s, so 25 d6s in total.
Dragons in
21st.
lairs are not really a joke.
Yeah.
Or they shouldn't be unless you cheese them, I guess. But if you do go to their lair and kill them, you get treasure. So
Time to become dragon hunters, I think. So first you would take 20 d6s of fire damage, and
Yep.
then at the start of our turn we take 5.
yeah,
D6
if you succeeded
dex.
on the deck save, then you wouldn't take the start of turn damage.
Mm.
But if you failed it, then yeah, because you're covered in lava. So yeah.
Yeah. Ouch.
So that would have been fun to play with, I guess.
For who? But for who?
I don't know. Like I feel like you guys would have had a nice reaction to that. You'd be like, "Oh, that's cool."
I mean, maybe I would have. I did. Did I do? I think I did more damage to myself. In
I don't
this,
think so.
In
I
this
don't
fight,
think so.
I think I did more damage to myself than you did to me. You
No,
fucking
that's
almost
not
killed
true.
Gildy, you bastard! What the hell is this
Well, he
focus
was
target
holding
on
you
Gildy?
up.
I guess, yes.
And
You
can
almost
always stop
completely
it.
killed Gildy.
I know it's unfortunate when you have to fight against enemies that are smarter than idiot, but
True. Hey, she made the moves. She made the right moves. Gildy lived with like 10 HP. He has 12.
So that literally what was it?
That
Your
final
plus
save, I
2
think.
saved him.
The +2, yeah.
He would have
'Cause
taken, I don't know how much hit points does he have?
he had. Oh well, that was the damage that he took. So I see here he was at. That took 12, I think, which would have done 20.
What's
Yeah,
his-
it
what's
would have
his
been
max?
exactly enough. It would have been enough.
his
It would have been
max?
exactly enough. His max is 58.
If he didn't save, he'd have been instantly gone. That's it.
Oh, on the
half, it
first
was
one, on the
59.
very first damage that he took, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the last damage he took, which I think was the tail attack, that would have been enough to knock him off too, if he didn't.
Oh my god. I mean, it's useful. It's a useful Dragonelle, but
You can,
it's not gonna scale.
No, I
you
know.
can, you can resummon it, can't you?
Yeah, but it takes 10
10
minutes.
Yeah, I know, but I was just,
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
forgot
yeah.
you
I
could
don't have to
redo
deal with
it, or-
character death. I don't have to be fucking depressed. Thank God. I just have to be depressed because of normal things that happens in this game, like other NPCs dying.
Two-handed, just diving into the steam cloud. That's.
I'm gonna be honest. I had the HP to fuck around.
I had the HP to fuck around.
I had to do something, man. The first time we fought this thing, I did absolutely nothing. I chased it around and it just fucking knocked me out.
So I mean, I like it when stuff like that happens because, like, not stuff like that, but like how it ends up with, you got fucked in the first encounter and with that, but then the dice say, "Hey, your character has learned and is now staying up." Like the dice decide that you save on the wing attacks now.
Yeah.
Whereas before, both of you failed, I think.
Yeah. No. Well, in one instance, I failed and I fell, and then another instance
Gildy
he failed and then he fell.
Yeah. I'm
Some
just saying,
separate
like,
instances.
it's like,
Yes.
not this time, haha. It's almost like it's, how someone would actually write it.
How much gold could I move with my telekinetic movement?
Does it specify amount of poundage?
No.
Everything.
It
says
just
a
says
creature
that.
or object?
Yeah. You
You
can
have to
move a
focus
One.
on an
object or
You could,
Yeah.
A singular piece of gold.
You can telekinetically move a chest of gold, right?
okay.
But you can't telekinetically move a pile or fistful of gold. It's an object. So you'd be targeting the chest, and if something else is in the chest, fine, it goes with it. But you
Huh.
can't target like 50 loose coins at once. And
Just
bring
pick up a
them-
coin at a time.
Yeah, one coin
just
at a time.
one coin at a time. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So one coin at a time will take a while. I gave you guys the pounds, but I have the numbers here too.
Alright, so I need to recover some money. Okay.
So it's 34,912 gold.
So Durand is gonna be the thief in this situation. Also.
No, I mean,
199,614
Dune is saying I need to recover some
silver.
money. What was that?
199,614 silver.
Like,
And 709,622 copper.
why'd she take so much copper?
Because they're collecting the hoard to pay off the dragon from the common peasant folk.
Oh, okay, true. Yes, okay, so Duran does not want money. Dune wants money, okay? I'm down bad here. I'm sitting here, look, I'm having a complete out-of-body experience in my D&D sessions where I'm like Duran is just like, yeah, sure, I'll pay for that. And I'm sitting here seething. Oh.
You say, yeah, sure, I got it, don't worry. And then you're thinking, like, what an idiot! Stop it!
Yes. I am literally the
You're
guy
yelling
sitting in
at-
the audience screaming at the TV screen.
You're the guy sitting in the audience screaming at the character on TV, played by you. Like, what are you doing?
Oh my god. Yes, yeah, that's me. I think I'm at like 400 gold or something. 300 or
Well, it
something.
depends on how much you guys want to take for yourselves.
I don't want to take anything,
Not
man. It's not the Duran thing.
/ how much you guys are going to take for yourselves. You might need to make a sleight of hand check there, Neri, to see who spots you pocketing everything.
She's guilty already.
In
Of-
Duran's mind.
Yeah, like she's guilty of
Dude,
whatever amount of
Duran
money she has.
knows she's taking something. Even
You might not even done it, but you've already done it.
even if you don't do it, you've done it.
Yeah.
Wow. Guilty till proven innocent, I see.
Yes, guilty till proven innocent. 100%.
Is that Bahamut's justice?
I mean, oh my god. So,
maybe I'll take 200 gold for myself.
Who's gonna miss 200 gold?
Yeah, nobody's gonna miss that. It could have
And you guys
been,
aren't counting each
melted in.
individual coin, right? It's
Yeah,
approximately.
nobody
what it is.
counted it. Nobody
in
counted the whole
the grand
toll.
scheme of things, we're putting the money back to the people. We are the people, right?
True.
You know,
We own
Fuck
land.
the
We are
establishment.
tax-paying citizens of
Exactly.
the empire.
it's just tax season. It's tax return. This is my tax return right here.
I mean, it honestly could have just melted in the lava, Nobody's gonna know.
Shit was rough in there, man. She was
It
throwing
was
lava
a rough
breath at
fight,
us.
man. The dragon's tail just knocked like a whole pile of it into some lava.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Can you
Who
imagine?
actually knows what the dragons do with the gold? Maybe they eat it.
They probably
It's a
the
snack.
weirdest thing. You already said
That was in the letter, wasn't
dead,
it? He was like,
no,
unless she
we
eats
said
it.
treasure is dead, dragon found. Don't forget.
True.
But Yeah, we
Treasure
said
died,
that-
unfortunately.
Yeah, sure, we said that treasure was found, but like
Not how
nobody
much.
ever told us how much there was, and we're not gonna count it.
But how are you going to bring the dragon's head back? That's the question.
I need the head.
All
No.
of those are questions.
Why wouldn't you want the head, though?
Why would I want the head? That's disgusting.
Just mount it on a wall.
Exactly.
That's disgusting.
No.
Mounted
once.
outside of the Platinum Aegis, like, hey, enemies of Bahamut, beware.
Did we want to mount the goblin heads on walls? I don't think so.
Yeah,
Or
you're
the
fucked
other
up, man.
stuff, because because Durand is a dragonborn.
But this is a dragon.
It's a red
This
dragon.
Dragonborns aren't dragons, alright? That's racist.
I wish.
You wish.
Yeah, let's send
It's a
the head to the dad.
Oof.
But that's what you're supposed to do with dragons, right? Otherwise, how does everyone get the buff?
I'm missing something here.
What?
Is this what buff?
The global buff that you get from slaying the dragon.
The global buff you get from slaying the dragon. Is this a World of Warcraft
World
reference?
of Warcraft, yeah.
Ah.
Wow.
The OP buff that lasts for like an hour or something.
Yeah.
Onyxy. But yeah. Hey, nobody's gonna say anything really. I'm gonna take 200 gold for myself.
Well, we'll figure
I'm not
that
gonna
out
say
next time. But yeah, you guys will get money. Don't worry. You're not doing this all for charity.
Of course we are.
How much, is up to you guys. We'll figure that out next time.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Dragon Slayers.
Good night. We finished the Dragon Slayer quest. Yay.
Woo! I can wear a rune plate body.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Hello?
Heyo. Where'd everybody go?
They went to sleep, I think. George is streaming Pokemon Go. I'm setting up my buddy's Oculus Quest. I just put in my Facebook profile.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Nice, dude. That's
Yeah,
pretty easy
bro.
to set up. It's not too crazy.
Yeah. How do I play, like, if I wanted to set this up on my computer to play Half-Life Alyx, can I do that or no?
I believe you need to download on Steam. What's this thing called? Let me open it up so I can see which one it is.
And now